just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Yes, you're lovely with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way.
For those outside the Golden State, California conjures up images of glitz and glam. Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Silicon Valley. Yet the state has the highest poverty rate in the nation, and the chasm between the ultra-rich and the poverty-stricken continues to widen. How is it that a state with ongoing economic growth, pockets of vast wealth, and one of the nation's largest social safety nets can still leave so many of its residents behind? It was to answer this question that the Cato Institute launched the project on poverty and inequality in California in the spring of 2019. Drawing on the Cato Institute's decades of expertise in fighting poverty, we've examined ways in which California can help people get out of poverty and fully participate in the state's economy. We've also tapped into the knowledge of Californians on the front lines of these issues. As the result of our research, we learned that too many California laws are regressive, trapping people in poverty and making it harder for them to climb the economic ladder. These policies involve criminal justice, education, housing, the existing welfare system, and regressive regulation. As a result, we are offering a series of recommendations about how California can do better. Well, thank you all very much for coming and braving both COVID protocols and what I understand is a monsoon outside. So I appreciate your being here today. As you heard, I'm Michael Tanner. I'm a senior fellow with the Cato Institute and also the director of Cato's project on poverty and inequality in California. We're here today because we are releasing our final report of the project. I can tell you that yesterday this report was hand-delivered to every member of the California legislature. And today it was released both electronically and it's also being mailed to every county supervisor, every mayor, every city councilor, every city manager, and every county welfare director in the state. So we hope for a wide distribution of this report. I also want to make sure I let folks know that we are under a mask protocol here in Sacramento. So unless you're actually eating or drinking or something, I've been asked to tell you to keep your masks on. I also want to make a note of the folks who are watching this online. In fact, most folks are watching this online through either the Cato event platform, Facebook, Twitter, and if you're on Twitter, follow with the hashtag Cato California, YouTube, of course. So we have people coming in from a variety of platforms. When you ask questions, we're going to take questions from the audience here, both the live audience and also from the audience online. You can use your platform to ask questions. We'll have them relayed here. And if you're using Twitter, you should ask your questions using that hashtag of Cato California. So with that said, let's take a look at some of what we came up with in terms of the project on poverty and inequality and what is going on in the Golden State. As you heard mentioned, California has the nation's highest poverty rate if you use the alternative poverty measure, which takes into account both benefits and cost of living. Find it amazing that a state like California with so much wealth, so much going on in your state, and yet you can have a poverty rate that's higher than places like Louisiana or Mississippi that are generally associated with poverty. clearly something isn't coming through. And we also look at the fact that for a state that really has a progressive tax system, has extensive social welfare benefits, has an ethos of egalitarianism, yet there's still a great deal of inequality in your state. This chart shows the Gini coefficient, which is generally used to measure inequality. And you can see there are only 4 states in the country that have higher levels of inequality than does California. So for all the efforts to relieve inequality in the state, again, clearly things are not following through in terms of results. We also know that poverty is not evenly distributed, and that communities of color are particularly hard hit by poverty. If you look at the poverty rates in this state for Latinos and African Americans, you see they're much higher than for whites, and for even Asians are surprisingly high. Generally considered sort of the model minority who are supposed to not have poverty, they still have a very high poverty rate. So we see a sort of an uneven distribution of poverty in this state. This is what drove us to launch the Cato Project on Poverty and Inequality. We spent the last 2.5 years studying the issue in your state, and we made 2 important decisions early on. One was that we were not going to get into the usual battles over funding levels. It wasn't going to be a case of, well, we should increase this program by 1%, and we should add these little requirements on this other program, and maybe this program should go down by 0.5%. We didn't want to get into those usual battles there. We found that those were kind of counterproductive. Rather, we wanted to talk about the big issues that could enact a fundamental transformation of the way California looked at poverty and the way California fought poverty. And the second was, even though Cato's been working on these issues for years, we did not want to simply parachute in from Washington and say, we figured it all out, we have all the answers, the way so many folks from Washington do. Instead, we wanted to tap in to the expertise of Californians. So I've made at least a couple of dozen trips out here. I've visited every part of your state. My staff's been out here as well. We've had roundtables, town halls, meetings with elected officials, with anti-poverty activists, with people who are serving the poor. And in particularly important, we've met with people experiencing poverty themselves, including people experiencing homelessness. We've talked to them about the problems that they're facing and tried to get firsthand as much information as we can. Putting this all together, we've come up with 24 recommendations for things that we think California should do differently. And these deal with housing and homelessness, as you heard, with education in the workforce, with criminal justice issues, with welfare reform or the existing social safety net and changes therein, and what we're calling in a broad sense economic inclusion, or the enabling low-income people and marginalized communities to have a fuller participation in California's economic growth. Now, I should say right at the top of this, I certainly recognize that not everyone is going to agree with every one of our 24 proposals. I would sort of be shocked if everyone did. As you'll see here today, we have a broad array of speakers. We have liberals and conservatives and libertarians, Democrats, Republicans. We have cut across the ideological and political spectrums because we think these are issues, and we think, frankly, our solutions cut across these issues, across the ideological spectrum. Say people aren't going to agree with us necessarily. We certainly aren't going to necessarily agree with everyone who speaks today. But radical change requires an open and honest debate. And we hope that this starts that conversation, that debate today. So let's get right to it. One of the things we found quickly as we came out to California was the importance of housing and the homeless crisis tied to it as an issue out here for poverty. We knew from our studies in other states that housing was an issue for the low-income communities. But we had no idea just how bad it could be until we got to California and found that everybody at every level that we talked to discussed the importance of this issue. The median home price in California now tops $500,000, and the median rent for a two-bedroom apartment is $2,300, which is 60% above the national median. In some cities like San Francisco and LA, average monthly rents can exceed $3,000 for a two-bedroom apartment. You can imagine what that means if you're a low-income family, a mother with a couple of kids, how impossible that is to afford. And this is tied very much to the epidemic of homelessness. There's over 130,000 people experiencing homelessness in California, 28,000 of those in the Bay Area, 68,000 in Los Angeles County. But even you can take a city like San Diego and you find 8,000 homeless people in that city. Clearly, you have an ongoing crisis. And so much of this is tied to the simple laws of supply and demand. They're simply not building enough housing to keep up with the need. And I know that people look at the homeless problem and they see people on the street, and so many of the people who are living on the street have problems with substance abuse and mental health issues, and you don't necessarily tie that directly to homelessness or to housing costs. But we also found that many, in fact, a majority of people who are homeless, and maybe they're not as visible as the people that you see on the street every day, but more than half of the homeless population in California simply fell to the street because they couldn't find affordable housing. If you have something that interrupts your rent, you have a health issue or family emergency, or you lose your job, which so many people have done recently, you simply have no place to fall. And we actually talked to people on the street, people who were teachers in California, people who were working for the state government. We talked to an emergency room nurse who were living out of their cars on the streets of California. As you can see here, just looking at the cost of rent here in California compared to the national average, the number of people who are rent burdened, that is, are spending more than 40% or more than 30% of their income on rent, is much higher in California. Particularly if you're a low-income individual, the burden on you of rent is enormous. This again ties it to sort of the housing rates building here. You can see that where once California built more houses than on average in the United States, that's really fallen in recent years. And now the estimates, the McKinsey report estimates, are 3.5 million units short of what is necessary to do for the housing in your state. And the homeless population here is much higher. By some estimates, roughly half of all the unhoused homeless in the country are in California. So clearly that's a problem. So what do we recommend? I'm not going to, as we go through all this, I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time trying to tie this to every possible recommendation or go through every one. But we came up with 8 recommendations in terms of dealing with housing and homelessness. Number one, we think the state needs to end exclusionary zoning practices at every level, at the state, county, and municipal level. Now, we think the state has actually made some progress in this regard. Passing SB 9 and 10 actually were good steps in the right direction, but we think unless other exclusionary zoning practices, including minimum lot sizes, minimum setback requirements, parking requirements, all of these other things are removed, you're not going to be able to take full advantage of that. And you also need to be able to move beyond simply building duplexes to building denser multi-story, multi-unit housing as well. As part of that, we'd like to see more counties and more municipalities move to a ministerial or a by right approval process. Once you've, basically there shouldn't have to be a secondary review for the NIMBYs, or not in my backyard groups, to be able to come in and fight every new housing construction unit. So NIMBYism is, NIMBY is kind of the state motto, I thought. should maybe be on the flag out here. And it sort of cuts across every political category we see. It's often linked to conservatives, but we also saw Robert Reich in Berkeley fighting against a new apartment complex in his neighborhood. So we see this sort of cutting across all ideological lines. We want to see a smoother approval process. Restructure the California Environmental Quality Act to CEQA. This was one that everybody we talked to, regardless of their political affiliation, told us that CEQA needs to be fixed. That it blocks housing, is too often used simply as a tool, a pressure instrument in order to extract certain payments from contractors. We know that there's aesthetic environmentalism is being often used. The fact that you can sue on any project anywhere in the state, regardless of where you're from, to block it. The best story that I heard on this when I was coming out here was in San Francisco, where they're building a multi-story building next to a Russian spa. And it was explained that the Russians in this spa like to sunbathe nude on the roof of their building. And this new building would have cast a shadow across the roof at exactly the hours that they most like to sunbathe. So they demanded a payment in exchange for not suing under CEQA because this blocked their sunbathing. There was also another famous shadow, I believe it was in Berkeley, where it fell on a community garden, and so you couldn't build that building and so on. These are constantly refrained from these regulations that need to be reformed. We think building fees should be standardized and capped. Understand that many municipalities face a problem with the fact that tax revenue has been capped with Proposition 13, and they've been basically shifted to building fees to deal with the cost of new housing. Excuse me. And I understand that housing is basically has the costs that are associated for municipalities. Yeah, police, fire, sewage, water, all those sort of costs that go into it that have to be met. But often these fees are simply another revenue mechanism that have very little to do with the actual cost of the new housing. We think that they need to be standardized and that they should be capped. There was legislation to cap it, I believe, at 12%. And we think that that would be a good move in the right direction. We want to deal with the power of LAFCOs, the local area formation commissions. Basically, you should also be able to build on the fringes of municipalities. Expanding these municipalities in order to be able to build new housing is often limited because LAFCOs are basically required to consider only three things. That is, preserving green space, preserving agricultural land, and limiting your urban sprawl. We want to see housing, the construction of new housing, to be something that they take into on an equal basis. In terms of dealing with homelessness, we think we should not be using the police to deal with homelessness. Understand that, in downtown in certain areas, there's problems with tent cities and so on. But one of the things we found out early on in this was that the police move in, clear these areas, destroy people's tents, destroy their identification, destroy their medication, lock them up for 2 or 3 days over the weekend, and then let them out on Monday and say, okay, you're on your own again. And how are they possibly better off if you've done this? The police are not a homeless agency, and they do not do a good job on that. On the other hand, you're going to have to somehow deal with folks on the street, and we think California needs to strengthen its conservatorship laws in terms of moving people into treatment and into housing when it's available. Obviously, got to protect civil liberties. You don't have to be a Britney Spears fan to recognize how conservatorships can be abused, but we do think that there needs to be something done in terms of strengthening the state's conservatorship laws in that regard. And then finally, many municipalities have adopted CEQA exemptions for homeless shelters and other projects, but not all. And we think just the way it blocks construction of new housing, it can too often block the building of homeless shelters or navigation centers or things of that nature that are important in this regard. So next up is education and workforce. Obviously, a quality education is vital in terms of the roots out of poverty. And California is basically not succeeding in fully educating its children for the jobs of tomorrow, for careers, for getting out of poverty, and in particularly poor and marginalized communities, communities of color, have not been well served by the state's education system. Here, as you can see, career readiness and college rates for a variety of at-risk groups, low income, homeless youth, those whose English is not the first language. And you can see it is not performing particularly well. In terms of education reform, we think, number one, the state needs to deal with its current bias against charter schools. That basically, I mean, the fact that you even debated recently the idea of capping the number of charters in the state. We know, for example, that charters outperform in California traditional public schools, particularly when you take into account, you're looking at low income and at-risk students. Yet the funding formula for at-risk students actually penalizes. You only get, I believe it's 80%. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe it's 80% of the funding as traditional schools do for dealing with at-risk students. We think that sort of thing should be eliminated, and charters should be treated as full members of the community of schools. Beyond that, however, we think that parents in general should have more control, that too much California effort is put into systems and not enough into parents and children. And therefore, we think that parents should have more control, more choice, and there should be more competition within the school system generally. So we do call for the establishment of a tuition tax credit program. This is a program in which individuals can contribute and receive a tax credit for contributions to this fund. That fund can go to low-income parents for any educational services at all, whether it's buying computers or hiring a tutor or sending their children to a private school. They can use this fund for whatever mechanism they want on that. Within the public school system itself, we think we need to restructure the pension obligation systems. Too much money is not going into the classroom, but it's actually simply going to the pension system. And I understand you have a problem. You have a state Supreme Court decision that makes it virtually impossible for you to change the pensions for teachers who are there, but for new teachers coming into the system, we think there needs to be moved to a more defined contribution type of system rather than a defined benefit system. And finally, we think there needs to be greater emphasis placed on voc ed and on technical education within the system. One change we mentioned in the report in particular is that most apprenticeship programs, for example, are limited to children who have graduated high school or who are 18. Many in a high school already know that they're going into a trade. They're not necessarily going on to college. We think the apprenticeship program should be opened up to them at an earlier age, that sort of thing. I want to touch on the criminal justice system. California, it's sort of unpopular right now to talk about criminal justice reform. You're seeing all sorts of complaints that crime rates are rising. Actually, California's crime rates have been declining. Both property crimes and violent crimes have declined quite a bit over the years. There has been an uptake in 2021 compared to 2020 for violent crimes in particular. Shootings and murders are up in those regards. Most of the experts that I know talk about that is largely related to coming out of COVID, the COVID restrictions. And it's very hard to trace this to any individual reform. You can drop the various criminal justice reforms that we've seen in California over the years into this chart, and you don't see any, an increase in crime rates after the adoption of criminal justice reform. So we think that those things need to be maintained. So we would resist any efforts to roll back the criminal justice reforms that have been made. We think in general we need to do more about overcriminalization. We should decriminalize victimless crimes. This includes sex work. This includes most drug offenses. This includes loitering laws. I understand the law passed to get rid of the statewide loitering laws, but it hasn't been, it's being held up for the moment for strategic reasons. We think that the criminalization that's going in terms of tobacco now is just going to be another example leading to the over-policing of poor and minority communities. And in general, we think the entire criminal code should be looked at in terms of removing those things that don't belong as police enforcement mechanisms. The police should not be required to handle every social ill in society. They're not necessarily equipped for that. They're equipped to deal with crimes, not to be sort of glorified social workers with a gun. We think that in general, fines and fees as punishment penalize low-income people who are less able to handle those things. Now, under the state law right now, the judges are supposed to take that into account. They don't anywhere near what is required, take into accountability to pay. And what ends up is that people end up in jail awaiting trial or are fined often for like a traffic offense, then are not able to make that payment, and then it just kind of builds up over time continually to the point where they end up getting arrested for that, and then a criminal record follows them and all of that. Speaking of criminal records, 20% of Californians actually have a criminal record, and this is often can block you from getting a job, it can block you from getting housing, it can block you from getting into a school or getting a scholarship. Pell Grants and all these things can be dependent upon your criminal record. Not proven effective in terms of limiting the blockage here. We think there should be a mechanism essentially in place that says that if you keep yourself clean, if you don't recommit a crime, there's an automatic expungement of your record. It just simply goes away after a period of time. And that can be on a sliding scale depending on what the crime was. People who are arrested for drug crimes or things of that nature actually should be expunged already, but assault or a property crime, maybe that's in 5 years or something like that. If it's a more violent crime, it could be 10, 15, 20 years, and obviously some things like murder and rape and things like that should, those should stay for long periods of time or permanently. But it's some sort of mechanism that basically wipes out your criminal record fairly quickly. And then finally, as part of this, we need to update rehabilitation, prepare them for when they get out of prison. Too often, you're simply dumped on the street without a satisfactory mechanism for preparing people. Somebody's been in jail for 10, 15, 20 years. Within the state's welfare system, you have an extensive welfare system, and it does tend to meet people's needs. We can argue about whether or not it should be higher or lower, or what the work requirements of things should be. But a couple of things that we noted in particular, one is that the incentives seem to be wrong. The asset testing, you did raise it to $10,000 worth of assets a while back for CalWorks and other programs. But we find basically the incentive is to spend rather than to save, and you don't spend your way out of poverty. If somebody gets a welfare check and they go out and they buy the latest running shoes, athletic shoes with, that's, we're kind of cool with that. If they put that money in a 529 account so their kids can go to school someday, we'll take away their check. That seems to be the wrong set of incentives within the program. We think that basically there shouldn't be any asset testing. Income testing is a different thing, but asset tests, we should get rid of them for the programs. Welfare diversion programs, the state has a diversion program. Basically, the diversion program says people often come into the welfare system with an immediate problem. I can't pay my rent. My car broke down and I can't go to work. I have a family emergency and I need a couple of $1,000s. And all the welfare system can do is sort of bring you into the system, sign you up for the program, and say, we'll start sending you a check. And we know that once you get in the program, it's hard to get out. In a diversion program, you get a lump sum payment up front in exchange for giving up eligibility for the program for a period of time. So you might get $2,000 and then not be eligible for CalWorks for the next 6 months or whatever. These programs are available now, but very few, there's a chart in the report you'll see, very few counties actually utilize this.
We think should be much stronger utilized. Part of that is the incentive system. You get bonuses, and the state gets a bonus if people sign up for welfare and then leave the program. They get no bonus if they actually don't get in the program at all. So again, the incentives are sort of are backwards on these programs. We think there should be greater incentives for counties to participate in diversion programs. And then finally, we think you should prioritize cash payments over in-kind benefits and indirect payments. Most of what is provided to people on welfare is not cash. We actually don't pay poor people. We pay people to take care of poor people. So we pay landlords, we pay doctors, we pay grocery stores, but we don't give money to poor people. We sort of treat them like they're 3 years old and they can't make decisions for themselves. We're going to make all those decisions for you. We think it's time to treat poor people like adults, like everyone else is treated. You get a paycheck. You're not told how much of that money has to go to your rent and how much money has to go to food and so on. You make those decisions for yourself. So should poor people. We should be prioritizing cash payments over that. That involves, there's a lot of ways to do that, but one of the things we do look at in the report is you have the Cali to EITC, which is a fairly successful program. We think you should roll these other programs into it. Basically, instead of doing rent subsidies or food subsidies or whatever it is, simply roll those into the EITC, Cali EITC as much as possible in doing that. And then lastly, what we're calling economic inclusion. Just want to note the fact that despite growth in California's economy, the number of people who are eligible for SNAP, and we're using that as sort of a proxy for people living in poverty, has continued to grow by and large. I mean, we know that economic growth does more to get people out of poverty than anything else in history. People have seen the famous hockey stick, if you will, in which we see people, throughout most of human history, mankind was desperately, miserably poor. And they were ruled over by a smaller group that was slightly less miserably, desperately poor. And then about 300 years ago, with the advent of the free market capitalism, we saw this spike in world wealth. And since then, the number of people living in poverty has declined dramatically. But that economic growth can only help if everybody is able to participate in that economic growth. If you have essentially a two-tier system in which one group of people gets to participate in economic growth and wealth creation, and another group does not, all you're going to do is increase artificially inequality, and you're not going to help lift people out of poverty. So we think, number one, we should be removing those barriers to people participating in the economy. That includes unnecessary occupational licensing laws that do not have to do with health and safety, but essentially are designed to protect monopolies by the people who are existing. California has the third most onerous occupational licensing regime in the nation in terms of the number of professions that it applies to, in terms of the rigidity of the requirements, the number of tests you have to take, the cost, the time it takes to get in. Often these make very little sense. Famous thing is that it takes more time to become a beautician than it does to become a tattoo artist in California. Costs more. These type of things don't make a lot of sense. Part of that is we also want to rethink occupational zoning laws. We saw people work, one group of people, sort of white-collar workers, being able to work from home during the pandemic. But it's also very difficult to be like a caterer out of your home because of the occupational zoning restrictions, or you can't bake cookies and sell them and things like that that people might be able to do from their home, especially entry-level jobs. Childcare. We know childcare is a huge problem. Huge portions of California, there's a chart, I believe, in your report that shows childcare deserts, how hard it is for most low-income communities to find adequate childcare. The answer has been right now, and you see it in Washington right now, is we're going to have subsidies for child care. Basically, that's just kind of chasing your tail. What happens is child care providers simply raise the cost of child care. They get the larger and larger subsidies. It's great for big daycare, but not very good for low-income communities that often don't rely on or don't want that sort of big institutional daycare, but look to sort of the mom-and-pop operations or the church operation down the street. We think you need to deregulate the child care operation. Again, not child safety and health issues. You certainly want to make sure that pedophiles aren't teachers and things of that nature. But the fact is that in California, you have to have 75 square feet of space per child outdoors. You have to have 150 square feet per child of indoor space, things like that. Why is 140 not acceptable? The teaching requirements, the education requirements that you have to be a daycare instructor are significant and can cost as much as $2,000 added to the cost of childcare in the state for simply one addition to the child-teacher ratio, things of that nature. And then finally, there's a whole list in your report of barriers to entrepreneurship that we think need to be done away. There's everything from caps on liquor licenses, dealing with the cannabis industry, which locks out low-income and minorities from that. There's a host of these sort of little regulations, the franchise fees, business creation fees, all these sort of things that sort of block people from being able to start a business. And particularly want to make it as easy and smooth as possible for low-income people to be able to start businesses and to create jobs. I'm going to leave it with this, and then I want to leave a little bit of time for question and answer here. This people will recognize as Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And we find that California's efforts fighting poverty have largely been focused on this bottom level, the physiological needs, or the basic needs people have: food, clothing, shelter. And that is certainly necessary to deal with people who are living in poverty today. You certainly want to provide those things for people. But while it's necessary, it's not sufficient. If what we really want to get people out of poverty, it means we need to move up that period all the way to the top. We want people to flourish, not just survive. We don't want to make poverty less miserable. We want to end poverty. What we want to do is to make it possible for every Californian to rise as far as their individual talents can take them, to become masters of their own destiny, captains of their own fate. And to do that, we think you need to go beyond simply pouring more money into the bottom rung of this pyramid, or simply creating another program that deals with the bottom rung of this program. We think you need to go far beyond that, and that is what we have attempted to do with the recommendations that we've made here today. With that, I thank you all very much, and I'm going to turn to some question and answer things. Once again, if you're doing this from home, we think that you can do it on the platforms there. If you're doing it on Twitter, please use the hashtag CatoCalifornia so we know it's a question for us. And with that, I'll be happy to open it up to any questions here in the room or from home. Yeah.
Did you also, excuse me, did you also look at overall pensions of of government employees in the state of California?
Well, we did not. We did not go into CalPERS generally. We know that the pension system is obviously very generous, and we've also been concerned about CalPERS politicizing the pension system in terms of where investments are made rather than sort of driving for the highest return. But the teachers in particular we wanted to look at, because we think that one of the, people talk about education being underfunded. One of the things we found is that a lot of the money that's being used to fund education is not necessarily making it into teacher pay in the way we think. It's so much of it is being siphoned off in terms of the pension problem. We'd like to see more of that go into the classroom, and that's why we focused on education in particular. Yeah, Kelly, you've got something from online.
Yes, we have a question from online. This is from Steve Bellman, speaking of pension plans. I like your recommendation to move newer teachers from a pension plan to a defined contribution retirement plan. How, though, can we pay higher salaries to teachers/school administrators so they can live near their school districts and financially support their own families?
Yeah, I think a couple of things in that. First of all, I do think there's states that have been moving to a defined contribution system, Michigan among others, and some things like that. There are ways to gradually phase that in without touching the benefits for existing teachers, so you can get around that Supreme Court decision. In terms of making it easier for teachers to live near their home, that's where we have to bring down the cost of housing. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous that a teacher on a teacher's salary can't live in the city in which they teach because they can't afford housing, and they can't afford housing because we won't let you build housing in that city. I think that housing reform is simply, it's not 100%, but the basics of it is a supply and demand question. This is sort of economics 101. If you have a lot of demand and you limit the supply, the price goes up. And essentially that's what's happening with housing. We basically are limiting housing availability. People want to live in California, people want to live in the cities in California, and then we find that it's, geez, big surprise, housing is expensive. Yeah, another one from online.
This is from John T. Which recommendation that you'd like to see implemented is the most important? If you could choose one reform, which would you prioritize?
Yeah, again, I think I'm going to go back to housing as the number one, because so much of the other problems that we face deals with where you live, deals with your zip code. Education is too often a question of what zip code you live in. One of the groups we met with was folks over at the Baytech Charter School in Oakland. And they talked about the fact that the students in some of the zip codes around their school, 0% were prepared for school when they enrolled at Baytech. Zero. None of them could read or do math at the grade level they were supposed to do. And yet just a few zip codes over were wealthy neighborhoods where parents had teachers and where there was better schools, and they were coming in at a vastly different level. So where you are educated or where you live makes a big difference. Second, so many of these residential living patterns are not the result of racial segregation is now eliminated. Too often zoning laws are simply a proxy for keeping low-income people out of your community or people of color out of your community, and that certainly needs to be dealt with one way or another. Anything else? Yeah, one more, Kelly.
This is from Anonymous. How do you account for the potential of charter schools to only mostly accommodate Californians who are already advantaged?
Yeah, well, it doesn't happen. Charter schools in California actually have a higher rate of enrollment for low-income, minority, and at-risk students than do their traditional public schools in the same area. So actually, charter schools are actually more likely to handle problem students or students at risk than the public schools. And in fact, look, if you've got money in California, you can get out from under the, even a poorly, first of all, your public school is likely to be a better public school than a low-income community public school. And second, you can get out from under it. You can go to a private school. You can do things, you can move in ways that low-income communities can't. And I think that's a problem. Yeah.
To provide for more housing to be built in California. Is there still a place for single-family dwellings?
Sure. I mean, I think that I have no problem with single-family homes. The question is mandating only single-family homes. Before SB 9 and 10, roughly, depending on how you measured it and what you called residentially available land, between 60 and 70% of all the residential land in California was single-family only zoning. You couldn't put up a duplex in there. You certainly couldn't build an apartment building there. Still can't build an apartment building in most of those areas. Those limitations, I think, those are sort of artificial restrictions on what you can build are a problem. But I think, if you want to build a single-family home, and nobody's saying we should ban single-family housing. We're simply saying that if you don't want to build single-family housing, you shouldn't have to. All right, let me just close with this. As I say, I think that many of the recommendations we made today are going to be controversial. I don't think there's going, I don't think there's going to be an immediate groundswell in the legislature to enact all 24. But one of the things I have absolutely found in my trips out here and in talking to folks, and I say we've met with over 150 officials and activists and people working on the front lines. was a receptiveness to the idea of change and a recognition that something different had to be done, and a willingness to discuss these ideas. I appreciate very much your being out here today. I know we've got a lot of people watching this online, probably more people watching this online now since it's pouring out, and we appreciate that. I urge you to think about the ideas we're talking about, to discuss them, to debate them, and to do so civilly across political lines, across ideological lines, and be willing to talk a little bit about what needs to be done, because clearly there needs to be some changes to what you're doing now. Thank you all very much, really appreciate it. I'm going to turn this over to Chris Hansford, our Director of State and Local Government Affairs, and Chris is going to lead our next panel. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mike. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Hansford. I'm Director of State Government Affairs here at the Cato Institute. And to those who are joining us from the East Coast, good afternoon, and thanks so much for joining us. The panel that I'll be holding up today is on legislative affairs. We're joined by 3 active California representatives and senators who represent diverse districts and diverse political opinions from across the state. First of all, and in person, I'm joined by Assemblyman Kevin Kiley. Assemblyman, if you could join me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And remotely, we're joined by Senators Melissa Herado and Senator Simly Kamlager. Senators, thank you both so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Certainly. To introduce Assemblyman Kiley represents the 6th District, including parts of El Dorado, Placer, and Sacramento counties. He's Vice Chair of Privacy and Consumer Protection and Education Committees, and he's also taught 10th grade English earlier in his career and is particularly focused on education policy while he's worked in the legislature. Senator Herado, who's joining us, as I said, remotely, represents the Central Valley of District 14, which includes King County and parts of Tulare, Fresno, and Kern counties. Senator Herado chairs the Senate Human Services Committee, co-chairs the Agriculture Committee, and serves on President Biden's Latino Leadership Committee. And finally, and certainly not least, Senator Simly Kamlager represents the 30th District here in California, which includes parts of Los Angeles County, including Kershaw, Culver City, and Ladera Heights, as well as parts of downtown. Senator Kamlager previously served in the Assembly, representing the 54th District, and chaired the Assembly's Select Committee on Incarcerated Women. She's chair of the Los Angeles County Delegation and previously served as president of the Los Angeles Community College District. So as you can see, we have a diversity of backgrounds and experiences and folks from our legislature here in California, and we're going to start off, each representative and assembly person and senator is going to have 15 minutes to react either positively or negatively to the assessments from our study. Because the point, of course, of this engagement is to talk openly and honestly about what California representatives do and don't agree with in the findings of our study, as their experience dictates best. Each person will have about 15 minutes, and then we'll move on to questions. Assemblyman, we'll start with you.
Great. Well, thank you for the chance to be here and for producing this really valuable report that I think touches upon a lot of the reasons that California continues to have the highest level of poverty of any state and has, seen things in many ways continue to get worse. And I think the report highlights with clarity a lot of the policy failures that have gotten to this point. I would say that, having now spent 5 years in the legislature, what I would point to as an even deeper cause of the sort of poverty and inequality that's become endemic to California is the same cause that, is behind poverty and inequality throughout the world and across history, which is political corruption. That we have a political process that is dominated by interest groups who use their resources in order to control the political process to their own benefit and to the detriment of everyone else in ways that create the very poverty and inequality that we're talking about. So I'm going to keep my remarks fairly limited because I wanted to also be able to answer questions, and I unfortunately can't stay for the question and answer portion of it. But 3 issues that I just touch upon that are also part of the report are number 1, education, number 2, economic opportunity, and number 3, affordability or the cost of living. And I think that COVID-19 has really highlighted in a very profound way a lot of the problems that were already present in these areas. And the report makes this point, it's exposed them, it's exacerbated them. Indeed, the reason that California has failed in its COVID response in these areas is the same reason California was already failing as a state, and that's the political corruption. So let's look at education. We have had, and the report highlights this, we have some of the worst educational performance outcomes in the entire country. Prior to COVID-19, we actually ranked 49th out of the 50 states, ahead of only Alaska when it came to education outcomes in low-income communities. Then during COVID-19, we had the worst school closures of any state in the country. We were 50th out of 50, literally the worst in the country in terms of getting students back to the classroom. And the reason for both of those things is that we have an interest group in California, the teachers' unions, that outspends everyone else by a mile. It completely controls this legislature, completely controls this governor. That's not even a controversial proposition. I've been on the Assembly Education Committee for 5 years. I'm the vice chair there, and the teachers union completely controls the committee. There's just, I see it time after time after time. It's even gotten to the point now where any bill that they oppose, it just doesn't even get a hearing. So I'll introduce a bill to, for example, provide the sort of scholarship or tax credits, that's one policy goal in the report. They just say, no, we're not even going to hear the bill, we're not going to give it a vote. And what we've seen across the country in response to COVID is that it's in many ways catalyzed a revolution in school choice. What we're seeing in California is just the opposite. We're seeing sort of a retrenchment, trying to eliminate those forms of choice that are available as far as, for example, the ongoing war against charter schools. One thing that California did almost immediately, once the school shutdowns began with COVID, is the legislature passed an urgency measure which the governor signed, which actually sought to deny funding to charter schools for any new students. So what had happened, of course, was all of the traditional public schools had shut down. They had totally inadequate or non-existent remote learning options. So a lot of families were going to charter schools that already had well-developed, personalized learning, remote learning models. And so what the teachers union said was, and the legislature and the governor is, oh, we need to stop that. And so they passed a bill to just simply deny that funding, to keep kids trapped in their closed public school, which wasn't even offering remote learning. This led to a lawsuit, by the way, that was called the most important education civil rights lawsuit since Brown versus the Board of Education. So that's education. The second, sort of broad issue is economic opportunity, and it's kind of the same story. Prior to COVID-19, California had the most restrictions on economic opportunity of any state in the country. I think it's, is it Cato? It might be I'm thinking one of the other organizations that does the report on occupational licensing. That is Cato. That shows, and I think actually this is in this report as well, right? That says California has the most burdensome restrictions on occupational licensing. And then in 2019, we passed a law unlike anything that exists anywhere in the country, AB 5, which banned independent contracting in most circumstances. It's now negatively impacted over 600 different professions in the state of California. This is, you can't be your own boss in a lot of these situations. It was sort of Uber and Lyft drivers who were the poster child for this bill, but it ended up ensnaring everyone from translators, interpreters, court reporters, teachers, tutors, writers, actors, event planners, face painters, mall Santas, birthday clowns, all these people who are unable to work because of AB 5, which was just a massive payoff to the unions that completely control our capital. And so then what happened in the early stages of the COVID shutdown, you had people who were told they're not allowed to go in and work at their job. A lot of the jobs you could do for home were independent contracting jobs, but they couldn't do those because of AB 5. And I asked the governor, actually, to at least work on some solution to suspend the enforcement of AB 5. He not only refused to do so, but he then actually exploited the COVID shutdown to try to ensnare more people with the AB 5 law. The federal government had passed a form of unemployment assistance for independent contractors that is non-traditional, but instead of handing that out, the state kind of held it hostage through the EDD and told independent contractors that they had to go through the traditional unemployment process process in order to get those benefits and name the name of all their business partners so the state could then go after them and harass them with lawsuits and fines and penalties. Like, this is actually what happened. The COVID shutdown was exploited to try to hammer in this law that has been called by many one of the most corrupt laws and most harmful laws in the history of our country. It had already put tens of thousands, countless people out of work even before COVID. And by the way, it was also ensnaring healthcare professionals like nurse practitioners, nurse anesthetists, medical translators. So it was directly inhibiting the state's response to COVID-19 as well. But not only did the governor and legislature refuse to do anything about it, they actually used it as an opportunity to enforce the law even more. And then the final topic is the cost of living, which obviously has many dimensions to it. I think we're just talking about housing just now. That is the main reason California has more poverty than any other state is that it's the adjusted poverty rate. It's the real poverty rate. And it's now, the cost of a home, median cost of a home in California, I think is now over $750,000. That's gone up, like 10% or something just in the last year. Last year, we saw a net population decline for the first time in California's 170-year history with 182,000 more net loss. Obviously, we just lost a seat in Congress for the first time in our history, and the cost of housing, I think, is the main thing behind that, which is, an issue for poverty. It's also just an issue for the ability to sort of live the American dream. In fact, there was a survey that showed that 2/3 of people living in California today say their kids will be worse off than they are, which has always been sort of the definition of the American dream, is your kids will have a better life than you do. So when it comes to the issue of housing, the legislature and the governor have had one thing that they're willing to do, which is zoning reform. And there's been, that's obviously been a battle even when something has been done about that, there is room for improvement when it comes to the zoning laws, but there's also a lot of other things that need to be done in order to deal with the undersupply of housing, such as CEQA reform, such as the permitting process and the costs and fees associated with building, where you have projects that can take, a matter of weeks and thousands of dollars to get off the ground in other states that take decades and millions of dollars to get off the ground in California, so they just don't pencil out. It costs tens of thousands of dollars before you can break ground in California, a lot of projects, because of the costs and fees. So all of those things the legislature and the governor have shown basically no willingness to do anything about. Indeed, this governor promised a Marshall Plan for housing, and actually permitting has declined in his first 2 years in office. He's delivered, I believe, about 1/5 of the new units that were promised, because we haven't made any progress on the real impediments to increasing the overall housing stock. So should I stop there and maybe open it up to a few questions?
Yeah, I think that's a fair set of points in your reactions to the study, and we'll move on in a moment to Senator Herado. But before you have to head back to the district for an engagement, we started getting a couple of questions in online, and the first one that I would kind of go to in the remainder of your available time is, if you were to go through any of the recommendations outlined in the report, what do you think would be one that would most serve your district? Because the three folks that we have with us today represent a diversity of political backgrounds and diversity of district types. Speaking just on behalf of your district, right, what is one piece that you think would most serve your constituents?
So one point you touch on with education is workforce development and reinvesting in career education. I guess we're calling it career technical education these days. That's actually something that the legislature has done a little bit about in recent years, is trying to reprioritize that. And there are some actually great schools in the Sacramento area and some good charters that focus on career education. But I think that is something that in my district and elsewhere across the state that we could be doing a lot more of, is that we had this paradigm for a long time that we need to make college sort of the path for everyone. And my view is that every student should have the opportunity to go to college, but there are other career paths as well. And I think that more fully developing those within our K-12 education system could do a lot to, get folks with well-paying jobs, right off the bat and fill major needs in our workforce as well.
Awesome. Assemblyman, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. We'll move on to Senator Herado. Thank you so much again for joining us remotely this morning. And for those on the East Coast this afternoon, please take it away.
Well, good morning, and thanks again for having me participate as part of this panel. Obviously, fighting poverty and inequality here in the state of California is extremely near and dear to my heart. It's really part of my story and part of the story of many others that I represent in Senate District 14. And what you may not know is that Senate District 14 has struggled with high unemployment rates long before the pandemic began. So poverty and addressing and tackling poverty is something that I've been working on and trying to fight for since I got to the state Senate. And I think that there's a lot of room for improvement. I think that we have a housing issue that is getting worse. In my opinion, I think we have a water crisis at the moment that will only get worse. We have an energy crisis that will only get worse. And so there's all these things that are impacting poverty in one way or another. And we really need to be thinking about each and every policy that comes across our desk. Does this impact someone that is already impoverished? Will this impact or put a family into poverty? Those are the types of questions that we need to be asking ourselves as we're doing legislative work, because all of the policies that come through our desk have consequences. And I'll tell you, and I know that a lot of Californians feel that government is not working for them, or I should say policies, that the policies that we are putting together and moving forward are not working for them. And if anything, they feel like it's further putting them into poverty. And so there's a lot of work to be done in this space. And knowing poverty myself, there's a lot of room for improvement. And I really appreciate the work that you have done and the recommendations that you have provided everyone today. I think that welfare reform, although I wouldn't frame it in that way, I think there's room and opportunity to lift families out of poverty. That's something that as chair of human services, I kind of mentioned at first, and it kind of scared people a little bit. But I think that it's not at all to eliminate support for families or individuals that are struggling. It's making sure that we uplift families out of poverty. Nobody likes to live in poverty. Poverty is the worst thing that anyone can experience in their life. And individuals that struggle and that are going through poverty want to be given an opportunity. And we're failing at providing opportunities to those individuals that need the most. Not only do we want to help them as they're going through poverty, but we want to get them out of poverty permanently. And I think that as a state, we're failing to do that.
Awesome, Senator. Thank you so much. We'll move on to Senator Kamlager, and then from there we'll go to questions both from our audience and those that are joining us online. Senator Kamlager, again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all. Thank you for having me and the invitation. It's good to see my colleagues participating in this panel. I want to echo the comments of the good senator and add that I too was very encouraged by many of the recommendations that were in this report, especially as they relate to criminal justice reform, welfare reform, and how we tackle our housing and homelessness crisis. I represent the 30th Senate District. It includes a lot of communities in LA, as well as all of Culver City and a little bit of Inglewood. I have the honor of representing some of the more wealthy communities in my region, as well as some of the poorest. And so I think that allows for me to hear from a number of different groups and to really try to harness a very diverse menu of perspectives. I really respect the framing of the report that really talked about not just getting Californians out of poverty, but how do we support policies that will allow Californians to thrive? Because poor is poor. You can be a lot poor, you can be a little bit of poor, you are still going to struggle with the stressors of poverty. And we don't want folks living on the margins, right? Not deeply poor, but just a little bit or enough to cause stresses and strains in the home life or work life. But how do we support policies that allow all Californians to thrive, to be able to tap into all of their talents and to connect to the aspirations that they have? Because that is when communities thrive, that's when economies thrive, and that's when our social and our civic fabric is strengthened. I think it's important to just say that we have a very schizophrenic relationship with how to tackle poverty. Folks can say, oh, I'm really interested in this. But then once you say that, there are really tense discussions and debates about if people actually deserve help, who are the people who should get help, how much should you invest in them, how much should they thank you for it, and what should that look like, and how do you measure it? You know, do you want to help people who are poor to get out of poverty, or do you want to see if they really want to get out of poverty before you help them? And there is a lot of judgment and subjectivity in that criteria that more often than not comes up in debate, either in committee or on the floor. And I think at some point we have to just stop that nonsense and recognize that poverty is poverty. And how much do you invest? How deeply do you invest? And what is your true goal if you want to eradicate poverty across all of the regions, across all districts, right? Regardless of if you're in a high cost of living or a low cost of living district or neighborhood or region. I also think that we have to talk about how we can create substantive reform to many of these issues. You know, this year, we actually passed laws that allow for pilot programs for universal basic income programs, either in particular counties or for certain populations like foster youth. And we also passed in our budget eliminating the asset test for seniors so that you don't have to have a destitute grandmother or a grandmother who sells all of her belongings and gives up her home in order to be able to go into an assisted living facility and get the care that we all want our grandmothers and elder family members to have access to. And so how do we sort of build on that, right? How do we measure that and then build on it? I also want to allow time for questions and answers. I have some concerns about some of the housing issues. You know, my district had some concerns with a couple of the housing bills that were signed into law this year. But Los Angeles, I think, is the epicenter for our homelessness crisis here in the state of California, and I am incredibly interested in some of the recommendations that came out. I am grateful that folks think that one way to alleviate poverty is to get rid of fines and fees that really overwhelm so many of our folks that are living in poverty, especially as it relates to the criminal legal system. I think we can also do a lot more when it comes to just lifting the boats, right? Welfare reform, or as Senator Herado mentioned, let's not call it that, but how are we also relieving some of these really criteria that government has put into place to keep people off of programs? You know, we know that attrition helps in saving dollars for the state. And ultimately, the state is interested in helping constituents, but also in making sure that we have coffers that are full. And those things don't always work in tandem. But sometimes you have to invest deeply on the front end in order to see your savings on the back end. And we also know that with term limits and all other things, and legislators and elected officials like to have headlines, and headlines require short-term, projects and policies, and long-term fixes don't happen in a short window of time. And so how do we sort of gird, ourselves and our colleagues to really invest in the long haul in order to make sure that we have sound investments that will benefit Californians for the long term?
Awesome, Senator, thank you so much. Let me pose the same question to both Senator Herado and Senator Kamlager that I previously shared with Assemblyman Kiley. Looking through the recommendations of the report, if you could pick one specific piece to enact statewide on behalf of your constituents, what do you think would be the most serving to their interests? Senator Herado, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I have to agree with my colleague, Assemblyman Kiley here, that the emphasis on vocation and technical education training and also greater use of apprenticeship programs could really benefit people all across the state of California, but really it's something that I think in my Senate district would be very, very much popular.
Awesome. Senator?
I think we should be having serious debates around CEQA reform as it relates to building emergency housing. We certainly have a challenge with our pipeline as it relates to construction. Although I do want to say that I don't think we have a supply problem when it comes to market rate housing. I certainly think we have a supply problem when it comes to below market rate housing. And if I could add an asterisk, I do also want to put in a plug for eliminating the fines and fees for low offenders in the criminal legal space.
Awesome. Assemblyman, I saw you nodding along as Senator Kamlager mentioned CEQA reform. Is that something that you concur with, or you have other thoughts on?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and I think everyone looking at this rationally sees that. I think, what did Jerry Brown say? CEQA reform was the Lord's work. Fortunately, the Lord's work didn't get done during his 8 years as governor, and we haven't seen much the last couple years. The general approach has been that we do little exemptions for well, I guess you could call it a big exemption for things like the arena right here, or even the state capitol itself in its renovation. But then when it comes to actually improving the supply of housing, which when you improve the overall supply, regardless of sort of which income strata it's going in at, that has good consequences in terms of overall affordability. You have projects that just get completely sabotaged by CEQA lawsuits and will end up in court for years, for decades, and nothing will ever get built. I mean, you can talk to anyone who does these projects. You can go to any place across the state, and you'll hear about units of housing that would exist if not for CEQA. And it's also, by the way, abused in a lot of ways by different interest groups. For example, by the unions in order to gain an upper hand in negotiating for things like prevailing wage. It's sometimes used by competitors who don't want a business to come in. They file a CEQA lawsuit because they really care a lot about the environment. That's what's behind this. So it's a law that is just abused about as much as anything.
Senator Herado, do you have thoughts on CEQA reform? Because we've already heard two other kind of differing perspectives on it.
I'm all for it. I think that CEQA is a well-intentioned piece of legislation. I think that for today's time, it's no longer working for California or Californians. I actually had a CEQA exemption bill for small water projects, SB 974, that I was able to pass last year. And in part, it's because small disadvantaged communities, like the ones that I represent, who were struggling to have access to clean water, had to wait up to 13 years to be able to get those projects done. And to me, that is unfair. Nobody should have to wait that amount of time. It also adds to the cost for having to wait for the extra, paperwork that is required under CEQA. I think that perhaps aligning it more closely to NEPA would streamline things a bit better. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not the expert on that, but I think it's definitely something that really needs to be reconsidered, especially in today's time.
Awesome. So for those that are paying attention, Assemblyman Kiley has had to leave us. He has an engagement in his district, so we appreciate that. But we'll obviously be continuing with Senators Herado and Kamlager. Again, thank you for joining us remotely today. So talking about CEQA, it seems that I wouldn't say that all three of you had a universal agreement on this issue, but there does seem to be a shared agreement that CEQA in its current form is not perfect. I think that's at least a fair way to phrase that for everybody. What do you both think is the major obstacle to getting substantive CEQA reform? And I would leave it to you to define what you feel substantive is. But what do you feel is the primary barrier to getting that accomplished here in California? Senator Herado, I guess we'll start with you.
Yes, well, I think I've only been in the legislature for 3 years, and I'll say that it's something that more and more is being talked about, amongst legislators, and something that is finally taking notice that it's an issue. So I think that's a huge and big step for Californians and for California. The fact that we're acknowledging that CEQA it's a problem. It gets in the way of progress for people, and we just need to continue to build on that. But we really need to come together, do what's right for Californians, and that means it will have to be compromise.
Senator, your thoughts?
So, I believe, because this tends to be the case in many instances, that CEQA came about because of consistent, egregious behavior by a lot of bad actors, in the space. And so what happens when you continue to see data and hear stories about pernicious activity, you create policy to fix it. And so that's why CEQA came about. Over time, laws need to be re-engineered, refreshed, reconsidered, updated, etc., because we are living in an environment that's, constant. And as we are tackling, other issues, emergent crises that come up, if it has to do with housing, homelessness, cost of living, water, transportation, infrastructure, etc., all of those issues create pressures on laws like CEQA. But the question is, how do you fix it in a way that makes sense for different regions across California that have different thresholds as it relates to cost of living, that are dealing with different challenges, even with the same issue? I mean, what Senator Herado is dealing with around homelessness and housing is very different from what I'm seeing and dealing with in my district. And so how do you come up with a compromise that still preserves the true intentions behind CEQA and CEQA reform, while allowing for things to happen that we need to see happen? And I don't have the answer to that. I know a couple of years ago, we did pass a law that said you would do exemptions, or not exemptions, but streamlining the process for emergency housing shelter, to develop, emergency shelter for folks who are unhoused. So we've seen a number of those projects come to fruition here in Los Angeles County. But how do we then add to that, right? Seeing that good actors came into that space and created projects that made sense, for the intended population, and they were not acting in a way that was causing harm to folks that have environmental concerns or to their neighbors, right? So how can you build on the good work that you are seeing, and then can figure out ways to kind of continue to streamline the reform in a way that makes sense? What I do know is, from having a number of housing seminars here in the district, that oftentimes when developers are looking at projects, they're adding an additional 30% to the cost of the project, because that's the anticipated cost of litigation because of CEQA. And I would much rather have that additional money go towards the project to make sure that maybe we can bring more units online.
Awesome. Thank you again both so much. So what we'll start to do here is, both online and here in Sacramento, we'll start to take questions from our audience. Again, if you have a question online, please be sure to get it posted, as well as we'll start taking some questions here in person. If you just raise your hand, or if we have any online engagement so far for our legislative panel. Sir?
What does CEQA stand for?
So the California Environmental Quality Act, I believe, is the full acronym for CEQA. And Senator Kemlager, I think you've been in the legislature a bit longer. If you have a bit more experience, obviously you weren't around when CEQA was originally enacted, but you have a few more years looking at how it's kind of played out through the legislature. What are your thoughts on its initial impacts on environmental quality? Because that's obviously, as you kind of alluded to, and where my question is going, that was its original intention here in the state, to preserve a lot of the environmental quality that was starting to suffer coming out of the 70s. What are your thoughts on its initial impacts anyway, at least on environmental quality?
Yeah, I think initially it really served its purpose. I mean, you have, rogue developers and development folks just looking at, it's still sort of considered the wild, wild west as it relates to development. And you say, hey, cheap property, build here, big build, big tall, crush out communities. And after a while, people get tired of that. And so CEQA reform, or the CEQA Act, came into existence to try to mitigate some of that. Now that allows you to sort of tamper down on that kind of sprawl and figure out ways to be more strategic and more inclusive, right? And how you're looking at urban planning, or planning and development. And then people figure out ways to work around all of that. People figure out ways to weaponize it because there are special interests on every side of an issue. On every side of an issue, there are special interests. And so at some point, you take a pause and observe, the impact of a particular bill, and you say, is it doing what it should be doing? 10 years, 15 years, 20 years later, is it doing what it should be doing? And if it isn't, then is it time for us to go back in and make some adjustments? And I think that's where we are.
Yeah, and certainly, and I don't mean to speak for either of you, but I think it would be fair to argue that, as you mentioned, Senator, adding 30% to the cost of average new home development probably wasn't the intention of CEQA in the first place. That was not a remote goal of environmental quality.
I would agree with you.
Senator Herado, any thoughts additionally?
None at the time, not on CEQA.
Fair enough. All right, we've kind of covered CEQA rather extensively. Other questions here in the audience or from online? We have a couple, I believe, coming in.
I have one from Melanie Hoyt. How can California legislators work with HUD to devise a better, more realistic program for Section 8, which is going to be a factor in housing the bottom half of California's population?
Awesome.
So I know that a couple of years ago, actually, now Supervisor Mitchell did a bill that related to Section 8 vouchers and how they were discriminatorily used. I think there is greater discussion between the administration and HUD, especially as it relates to housing. Always opportunities. I think, we are always looking for ways to draw down on funds that come from the federal government, if it's just through matching dollars or through just hardcore grants and even some loans. And I do know that there has been some incremental work, but there's also tension because you have a number of folks in the legislature that are not excited about programs like Section 8, that are not interested in programs like universal basic income. So I think that goes back to the tension of like, how much do you invest in these programs and draw down on them? And is it something that people deserve? And I think that's a value issue that people have to reconcile. For the record, I think we should be doing more. So I don't want folks, confused about that.
Fair enough. Senator Herado?
Yeah, I mean, on this question here, kind of what I touched on in terms of CEQA, I feel that there's almost a bit of a disconnect between what federal law, wants you to do versus what state law wants you to do. Or it's kind of like they're not in line with one another, which I think makes it sometimes difficult to draw additional dollars down to the state. And on top of that, you really have a system that implements policies that assumes it's a one-size-fits-all, where we know that every little corner within the state of California is different than one another, and that's the case across the nation as well. So how do you maximize those dollars? How do you improve upon the policies that exist so that we make it easier and not more difficult?
Gotcha.
And I think and just one more thing, just to add to that, I think a lot of that is communication with the administration and in any way possible to, figure out let them know what the challenges are, but also figure out perhaps some potential solutions at the state level that could happen, or even at the local level.
Awesome.
And to add to that point, I think, there's also tension between local governments and the state. Oftentimes counties and cities want the direct money to help them implement a program, and the state wants the money to go through the state. And so we actually saw this to an extent with the eviction moratorium funding that we rolled out. Not every city, not every county had a program, and so some of it had to go through the state, and that also adds to the dynamic of how well the programs work and how much you can draw down on and how that money can be most efficiently used.
Awesome. We have a few other questions here in the audience.
Yeah, let me take this to a 30,000-foot level, or sort of a philosophical level question on dealing with people who are experiencing homelessness. The shift in recent years, or the debate, has been between housing first and housing plus services as the emphasis. California's increasingly shifted towards sort of a housing first philosophy. How do the senators come down on that? Where should the emphasis be? Should it be on providing housing first, which sometimes shifts into housing only? Should it be on housing only if services are available? Should it be on making more services available? How would you divide that up?
Who do you want to go?
Either, please.
So this year I actually ran a bill, AB 369, a street medicine bill that would allow street medicine teams to get reimbursed through Medi-Cal for the services that they provide. And the services that they provide are, as doctors going out into the streets, encampments, tents, underpasses, freeway underpasses, et cetera, Project Room Key hotel rooms to give folks health care. So I went on a lot of tours and talked to a lot of folks that were unhoused. I fall in that, it's housing first, it's housing and it's not housing after. It's disingenuous, I think, for folks to say, hey, we'll give you housing, if you meet all of these criteria. You have to not be addicted to any kind of substance. You have to be actively looking for a job. You have to have some mode of transportation. And if you have these at all or for a sustained period of time, then you will get housing. And then once you get housing, we'll help you sort of accelerate some of those things so that you can get on your feet. That's a Sophie's choice for a lot of folks, right? Because that's just not reality. I mean, the folks that I met when I was touring with these street medicine teams don't have all that. They don't have a car or a bike or have access to a bunch of tap cards so that they can go where they need to go. They're not free from substance addiction and abuse. They're struggling. And so we have to get people off the streets into a space where they have access to sustained care. And it also gives social workers and, healthcare providers the time to dig deeper into the customized needs that folks have who are struggling to be housed. But we want so much more. That's why I said, earlier, we want folks to do so much more before we give them support. And I just don't think that's how you're going to create any kind of sustainable change.
So would it be fair to say that your philosophy would be a housing and services model?
It's housing, yeah, it's a housing first, housing and. I certainly don't think you say, okay, I'm going to put you someplace. Here's a unit that you're in through Project Room Key, and I'm not going to check on you to make sure that you're healthy, that you have access to other placement services and other resources. I do think you go in and you do a triage. Something that was going on in the Central Valley. I think it was in Bakersfield that I was really intrigued by. They did a case-by-name indexing. That was their way of handling their unhoused population. And so they had all of the workers from the different departments within the county, and they would deal with Joe and what Joe needed to get housed. And then they would deal with Mary and what Mary needed to get housed. They wouldn't lump a group of folks like we tend to do into a bucket of being unhoused and how do we service them? Because that's when you come up with ideas like, hey, just build a shelter, or hey, just make sure that they go into this nonprofit organization to get help. And you are not treating folks as individuals and looking at their unique needs. A single unhoused man has needs that are very different from a mother or a father with school-age kids who is unhoused, has different needs than a senior who is blind and HIV positive who was unhoused. And so you have to treat them individually, looking at what they need. Ultimately, I think what everyone needs is some place where they can lay their head, where they are safe, and they do not have to be worried about being assaulted, abused, raped, or killed.
Senator Herado?
Thank you. Yes, the housing first model is a value that I have, right? I mean, no person deserves to be out in the streets. No person should be denied housing, and we should prioritize housing them first. But however, I think we really have to be honest with ourselves, with one another, and ask if it's working. And I don't think that it necessarily is. I believe that much to how my colleague Senator Kahnlager mentioned, we need something that is more customized, much like what Bakersfield is doing. I think we need to have that because every individual is different. And there's a lot of similarities, also in terms of poverty. I mean, you have to know the story, the background, the issue, the person, to really try to get that person out of poverty. You can't go with a particular model and expect them to fit into it. You have to work, it has to be specialized to that individual or to that particular family.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Other questions from our audience? We have some more coming in from online.
This is actually just a personal question. I am curious how you two feel about stuff like a universal basic income.
Senator Kamlager, you've talked about it a little bit yourself. Your thoughts?
Yes, I say yes. I applaud former Stockton Mayor Michael Tubbs for putting this on the scene for California. I know this was passed in the budget this year. I think Senator Cortese was working on universal basic income for foster youth. And I know we have a pilot project here in Los Angeles County. I support it. It essentially says people need extra money, and you have to have faith in people that they will do the right thing. And the data that came out that Mayor Tubbs talked about showed that just, $500 to $1,000 extra a month, folks are able to, pay for the books that their kids needed, or pay for the electric bills, or pay for the extra food at the last 2 weeks of the month. And that does a lot for the sanity and the dignity of a particular family or parents who are struggling to get by. And you do, and we don't put a lot of faith in folks. We say we do, but we always assume that it's going to be fraud and people aren't going to use it for how they're going to, or they wouldn't use it the way I would use it, and so they shouldn't get it. And we have to get over that. And if you invest in something long enough, you'll see the returns. And if you don't, then you figure out how to recalibrate. But I certainly believe in it. And I think the numbers show, with the number of folks that are in poverty in California, that we need to do more to get money in the hands of poor people. I mean, the studies have come out about fines and fees, and just getting rid of that helps tremendously in allowing folks to not go back into the criminal legal system. Data has showed with child support. If folks knew that the money that they were giving to child support went directly to the family, went directly to the child, and not a majority of it going to running of the program of that, then they would do more to they would make sure that they were making those payments. So we don't have a lot of faith in people, although we try to say that we do. And I think universal basic income is a way for us to get back to that.
Senator Herado?
Yeah, I support it in concept. I've also been pushing for it in terms of getting UBI for farm workers and or supplemental income. I think that we obviously have some issues that we need to address in terms of those that need those additional funds. We really need to get to the root of the problem and address it. And so additional money helps. But is that the American dream? Is that, what we want to continue to provide to people, that they're going to feel happy and excited to just barely make ends meet? I mean, I don't think that that's what anybody is really looking or working towards. I think people are working towards the American dream, to not having to worry about how they're going to get by this month. And I think that it's helpful to provide and to have UBI, but I also think that it shouldn't be the solution or to it all, because I really think that addressing poverty and providing people with opportunities goes, a long way and much more farther than what UBI could do for an individual and or a family.
So speaking on the report, Cato's Poverty and Inequality report does not recommend UBI. But Senator Kamlager brought up a lot of good points when it comes to not trusting people with cash. And for the conversation of UBI, I think it would be fair to say that somebody like myself sitting on the stage here is going to not really need what UBI is offering, as opposed to when you're talking about moving assistance programs here in the state over to a cash program. This is directed to you, Senator Kamlager. Do you see a value as an alternative to UBI, where somebody like myself would be a beneficiary of a universal basic income because I am part of the universal population, but I'm not suffering from housing or a lack of housing or economic inequality? would you think that, that an alternative that could potentially be more targeted would be, as the report recommends, transitioning many social services instead of being a service-based or a voucher-based system over to direct cash payments to targeted program beneficiaries, and trusting those people with the cash to take care of their own needs instead of a government program?
I think there's a both-and approach. You know, we are not a one-size-fits-all state, and folks don't all have the same needs. To be fair, I think we offer lots of supports to lots of folks across the entire income strata. It comes in the form of tax credits or exemptions. It comes in, it comes in the form of UBI in some instances and vouchers. And so we just have different terms that we use based on the thing that we're talking about. I do think that, I don't think universal basic income was designed for every single person. There's criteria, right, that's included in all of those equations. But for example, EDD, right? Everyone, I don't want to get into the drama that was EDD this year, but regardless of your income, if you need it and you're able to file a claim, you should be able to get it. So that's like another example. But I do think we can have a both-and approach. I think there's opportunity for vouchers. I think there's an opportunity for universal basic income. I think there's an opportunity to get rid of fines and fees. I think there's an opportunity to alleviate a lot of the stress tests that are out there. I think and many of those things are in the recommendations that came out of your report. And it's like, how do you weave that together into some kind of textured policy portfolio that works for the Californians that need to access these social services?
Speaking specifically on your district, because I think that there's a common narrative, which is very fair, that California is a state of regions. The Inland Empire is very different than the Bay Area, which is very different than the upper northern part of the state. So speaking specifically to your respective districts, both Senator Camelaga and Herado, do you believe that your district would be better served by a universal basic income program or a cashification, or moving, as the report recommends, to cash payments instead of vouchered government-run services of what already exists? Which do you think would best serve your constituents?
Alyssa, you want to go?
Yeah, I think the recommendation would probably best serve my constituents. I'll tell you that in my Senate district, not a lot of people are supportive of a UBI program. They are supportive of UBI, for example, when it comes to farm workers. There's been a lot of support for that, but even though it's one of the most impoverished, Senate districts in the state of California, they're not very supportive of UBI.
Senator Camelaga, you come from a very different district, but obviously you serve with Senator Herado. What are your thoughts for your district?
So, like I said, my district is incredibly diverse. I have some of the poorest zip codes and then some of the wealthiest. And I think my district is, likes everything. We have a Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors that's really focused on alleviating poverty, and they believe in cash-based programs, right? So I think there's something to be said there. I think there's something to be said for expanding, sort of welfare diversion programs. Before I came into the legislature, I worked at a nonprofit organization called Crystal Stairs, where we help families pay for childcare. And it wasn't sort of UBI-esque. It's like, how do you just infuse families with the direct supports that they need? In this instance, it was childcare. And we know that really sort of, helped those families that had children. It helped the childcare providers that were providing the care. It helped the employees of the childcare providers and the communities where these families live. And so I think there can be you can make a case for the infusion of both kinds of both policies and programs, but LA is incredibly diverse, right? With lots of needs. We have a diverse population here. We have scattered interests as it relates to, how you alleviate some of these issues. And we have a really large county Our county is $35 billion. That's the budget. And so there are opportunities to follow a number of the recommendations that have come out of the report as it relates to how to provide those kinds of safety net services directly to folks in need.
And speaking specifically about childcare, one of the other areas that the report does touch on is childcare deregulation and making it more accessible and more affordable for folks across the state. Because we've heard at Cato, not just from California, but from states across the country, that coming out of COVID-19, as folks are trying to get back to work, one of the largest barriers to them, regardless of where you're from California, Texas, Florida, Kansas, and Maine, all states that we've heard from on this issue, that it's great to get back to work. Jobs are available. We know that there's labor issues that are making jobs more available to folks. But getting childcare that then lines up with the income from your job, we're seeing a major disconnect there. Do either of you have specific thoughts on our recommendations around deregulation in the health and the childcare sector when it comes to issues not directly related to, or proven to be directly related to child health and safety? To get more folks both basically to work and make childcare more affordable. Do you have thoughts on that space?
So I think there's much more discussion to be had around sort of deregulating that industry. Because of COVID, 2 million women actually left the workforce because they could not manage employment or unemployment, managing their children's homework, and not having access to childcare. And we know that many of those women have not returned. We have finally come to terms with the fact that childcare is not a woman issue. It is an economic issue. It does keep Californians and Americans working, and it costs too much. And folks are making incredible sacrifices because they need it. And so if you don't go to work, right, you need childcare, it's too expensive. Do you say, I'm going to leave the child at home or figure out something that is not safe or so that my child is watched while I work? No, you're going to get dinged. Do you say, well, I'm not going to go to work and going to stay home and take care of my child? Well, you're going to get dinged for that too. So we really have to come to terms with childcare being an incredibly critical part of the economic equation for how you sustain communities and state economies. We've done a lot of work. And there has been a bill, I think a bill last year or this year, about unionizing childcare workers. There's lots of debate around the quality of care that comes from childcare, if it's license exempt or centers or family childcare homes. I think there's a space for all of it based on the need. I think it should be based on, sort of parental choice and the need of the family. We have a lot of folks that work non-traditional jobs, have non-traditional hours. And so I think the traditional concept of what childcare looks like needs to be upended. We finally were able to get to some rate reform because many childcare providers are working at a minimum wage because no one seems to care about the industry or value it in the way that it should. But so we have made some strides this year because we happen to have a surplus in the budget, but we have to have much more deep discussions about the impact that childcare has across communities in this state and how the impact it has for families, for early care and education, and for employers.
Awesome. Senator Herado, your thoughts on childcare deregulation?
I definitely think that there's value. I don't think that there's not any value to it. I think there's value in deregulating childcare, but I also think that we need to be careful about making sure that we don't deregulate and apply it in a way that it's a one-size-fits-all, because every childcare institution has a role to play, and as my colleague mentioned, there's families that have different hours of work that are not 9 to 5. I know growing up, I had a mother who worked a graveyard shift and a father who worked in the morning, and I had to, be the child caretaker for my siblings. So we have to, I think, be cautious, always thinking about the child's safety and their health over it all. But I think we need to really think about all of the institutions and who they are and who they care for, because that's extremely important. And we don't want to exclude the smaller ones as we're trying to provide better access.
Awesome. We have about 2 minutes left, so a minute to both of you on this final question. Looking through all of the recommendations of the report as you get ready for the 2022 session, are there any specific pieces out of here that you think make good standalone or group issues to move legislation forward? This isn't a question on if you would, but just hypothetically looking at some of the recommendations, do you see any nuggets of value for the 2022 session? Senator Kamlager, we'll start with you.
Yes, I actually, while I was reading it, I made a note to my legislative director for us to follow up on a couple of recommendations. I do a lot of work in the criminal legal space. Actually, my AB 1950 on probation reform, some of the reasons behind that bill was to eliminate folks being on probation for extended periods of time because it costs a lot to be on probation, and the longer you're on it, actually the less successful you will be. Just like the longer you're on a diet, the less successful you're going to be. But it's really based on fines and fees that people have to pay to stay on probation. So I think as a standalone, I think it was, I don't want to give any numbers because it could be wrong, but very interested in looking at that. And then also expunging the criminal records for those who don't reoffend. I mean, I think we can continue to take very targeted and technical policy recommendations forward in the criminal legal space to kind of move us along in a progressive way to right-sizing what we have done in the past. And I certainly appreciate the recommendation to resist the effort to roll back Prop 47 and 57.
Thank you so much. Senator Herado, we'll give you the final word.
Yeah, thank you once again for the invitation. And I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. I'm a fan of economic inclusion. I think that reform licensing, it's something that kind of needs to happen. I think it will be a bit of a challenge. But I really think that that's the way to expand opportunities in the state of California, get people back on their feet and others out of poverty. I think that welfare reform also, there's definitely things that we could do to here in the state of California. I know this past year I worked on SB 609, which was to try and expand the CalFresh Employment and Training Program, which is just a great program. It's similar to the Welfare to Work. And there's opportunity to expand that. I see that as a way to reform, the welfare system. And obviously, I think when it comes to housing, I think we need to really think about other pieces of legislation and impacts that climate is having on on the housing crisis we have here in the state of California. I know in my Senate district, water is a big one, and we have a lot of land. And with the valuing of land in agriculture, you would think that there's a prime opportunity to build additional homes, but if there is no water or not enough water for the communities that are already in place, then I think that we're going to continue to struggle when it comes to building the homes that we need for the population that we have.
Awesome. Senators, thank you both so much, and thanks to Assemblyman Kevin Kiley, who had also joined us earlier in the program. I'm going to turn things back over now to Cato Senior Fellow and author of the Cato Project on Poverty and Inequality, Mike Tanner. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you. Nice. Well, thank you all for sticking around. We have one more panel between now and food, and I know that's always a little dangerous, but we'll try to do that. I did want to just mention, people ask me, why are we here? Especially since we have an online audience that is tens, if not 50 times bigger than the audience here in the room. I wanted, because we came here because we felt it was vital to be in California, that we wanted to release this from California, not just zoom it in. We wanted to make clear our commitment to California and the fact that this is not going to end just because we've released this report. We intend to be staying with your state and continuing to push for things that need to get done here. So with that, I want to move us on to our next panel. You've heard sort of from the statewide perspective with the senators and the assemblymen, and we're very grateful for their being here. But if you look at the report, so many of the things that we suggest need to be done at the local level, the county level, or the municipal level. Or if they don't have to be done there, they can be done there. And we wanted to get a little bit of a sort of a local perspective to this. So our next two speakers are going to tackle that. First, we have right here to my left is Jeff Hewitt,
who is the county commissioner from Riverside County. He's former mayor of Casa Mesa and city councilor. We're thrilled to have him here. He's also, we've had a long, big ideological spectrum. We've had the Republican assemblyman, we just had 2 Democratic senators. Jeff is actually the highest ranking libertarian elected anywhere in the country, so really appreciate that. And then we have also with us today is Chesa Boudin, and he is the district attorney from San Francisco. Actually, as I read the press out here, I'm supposed to, isn't the official title the controversial district attorney from San Francisco? At least that's the way I've heard it phrased. Actually, we have a great deal in common with Chesa. I met him when he was actually the public defender for San Francisco. And really appreciate that. And we appreciate his work on criminal justice issues, and we're happy to have him here as well. In fact, I'm going to turn it over to Chesa to start us off here. So if you'd like to lead off here.
Well, thank you so much, Michael. It's great to be here, and I really appreciate the Cato Institute Project on Poverty and Inequality in California for hosting all of us today and for inviting me to speak. There's certainly nothing controversial about the work I'm doing when it comes to fighting poverty, doing justice, and keeping communities safe. There are a lot of folks, unfortunately, who don't want to see change and don't want to see progress, who are trying to make controversy out of things that I think we can all agree on, whether we're Libertarian, Green Party, Republican, or as I am, a proud Democrat. I also want to just say that this is an amazing group you've brought together. It's a diverse group, as you said, politically and in so many other ways that we've heard from today and will continue to hear from. I very much wish that I could be there in person and tried to move mountains to be there, but it is one of the wonders of modern technology that we can do a hybrid in-person virtual event. So thank you for facilitating that. These conversations, especially across party lines, are so critical as we think about how we can move towards the kinds of communities at the local level, the state level, and the national level that all of us are proud to call home, the kind of community that I'm proud to raise my 6-week-old son in. We have to confront serious and difficult questions about how in California, where we have the largest economy anywhere in the United States, I believe the 5th largest economy in the world, we continue to have the highest poverty levels in the nation and some of the greatest wealth inequality gaps anywhere in the world. As the top law enforcement official elected in the city and county of San Francisco, I see poverty and desperation push people into the criminal legal system every day. And I see it make our residents feel unsafe as they go about their daily lives. The only way to fully realize our crime prevention and public safety goals is if we have collaborative approaches to addressing poverty and community well-being, to recognizing and attacking the history of racial inequity that have led us to where we are today. Now, I want to speak specifically about criminal justice reform recommendations made in the report. I'm proud to say that when I look at those specific recommendations, we have accomplished quite a bit already in San Francisco. For example, we've eliminated nearly all locally controlled fines and fees in the criminal legal system. We've proactively expunged marijuana records, criminal records, in the wake of Proposition 64. And we're looking forward to the implementation of AB 1076, which will prospectively automate records relief available to people who are formerly incarcerated and have fulfilled all of their obligations to the state. I'm not going to go into detail about why these are important because your report does that. Without question, there's more we can do and we must do. Now, I know we're short on time and I'm eager to hear what others have to say. So I want to focus in for a moment just on 2 recommendations, numbers 9 and 13. Recommendation 9 is to resist any effort to roll back recent criminal justice reforms, including Propositions 47 and 57. Prop 47 has successfully achieved exactly what Californians voted for, and it's part of why they rejected the effort to roll it back last year. Prop 47 has significantly reduced mass incarceration, ensuring that prison spending is focused on violent and serious offenses. It's done so without compromising public safety. Both property and violent crime rates are as low in California as they were in the 1960s. In other words, we're at historic lows for reported crime, even in the face of this massive reform. Proposition 47, in other words, has redirected tens of millions of dollars away from corrections towards education and treatment, towards healthier, stronger communities, and towards prevention rather than simply reactively punishing. Prop 47 has also reduced racial disparities in the criminal justice system, and this is exactly what reformers want when we talk about criminal justice reform. It ended, to a large extent, the overcrowding crisis in California, and it couldn't have come sooner when you look at the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the damage that that did, and could have been so much worse had we been faced with the kind of overcrowding conditions that led the U.S. Supreme Court not so long ago to declare that our entire state prison system was violating the Eighth Amendment prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment. Within months of the passage of Prop 47, the prison population dropped below that federal court mandated target. We could never have continued as we were before Prop 47. We couldn't have done it because the U.S. Supreme Court told us we couldn't do it. And we couldn't have done it because we were building more prisons and jails to prop up mass incarceration in ways that were both socially and economically bankrupting our local governments. The state's incarceration rate today, in the wake of these reforms, is as low as it was in the early 1990s. And for historical context, it hit a peak, an unconstitutional peak, in 2006. Now, both our violent and property crime rates are as low as they were in the 1960s. I said this earlier, but what we see is that these reforms are actually contributing to a virtuous cycle where instead of having incarceration destroy lives and families and communities, we're investing in the kinds of things that prevent crime and effectively rehabilitate people. That's not something that state prison does well. Only 2% of the state prison budget goes to rehabilitative programs. And we see the outcome. About 2/3 of people getting out of prison will recidivate within a few years. We know, in other words, that incarceration has diminishing returns in most cases. Researchers have found that increased length of incarceration has had very little impact on crime over the past 25 years. At our current incarceration rate, the effect of more incarceration is basically zero. In other words, Prop 47 demonstrates that we can safely and effectively reduce over-incarceration while achieving public safety and investing in our communities. In the first year of funding, Prop 47 reinvested $67 million of savings from decreased incarceration into education, victim services, mental health, and substance abuse treatment. These investments are only just beginning. San Francisco implemented our Proposition 47 funded activities in late 2017. So we have yet to experience the full benefit of these interventions. That's something we're going to see over years to come as people who are struggling with substance abuse get sober, as people who need mental health care get treatment, and as people who are looking to get back to work receive the educational advances that they need to join the workforce. The other thing to remember is that realignment and Prop 47 have reduced incarceration rates in ways that greatly impact racial disparities, particularly the African American community. Since 2010, the incarceration rate of African American men in the state of California has declined 23%. If you look at arrest rates before and after Proposition 47, again, we see the biggest impact is on African Americans, with a 5% decline in the overall arrest rate and a 9% decline in arrests resulting in jail bookings. Now, there was a study looking at case processing in San Francisco where researchers found that Proposition 47 led to a 50% decrease in the black-white sentence disparity in San Francisco. That's a massive change. Now, when we talk about controversy, none of what I just said is or should be controversial. Those are things we can all agree are positive. The California voters have spoken clearly, repeatedly, that tough on crime tactics of the past are no longer an acceptable or effective approach. Now is not the time to regress or to double down on failed approaches. It is not the time to exploit tragedies to roll back policies that have done so much to eliminate racial bias and to free up resources to invest in things we all hold dear. Instead, it's a time to continue to advance thoughtful and data-driven approaches that treat people as human beings and address the root causes of crime so that we can prevent crimes proactively instead of simply reacting after someone has been victimized. It is essential that we do this treatment-focused work in our communities to prevent crime, to mitigate future harms, and to recognize that state prisons are effective at warehousing people, but not at healing victims or rehabilitating those who will come back to join their communities after a sentence is served. When I and other line ADAs in my office prosecute a case, when we secure a state prison commitment, we do so with an expectation that sentenced time in custody and away from the community will include rehabilitative programming. And sadly, that's not a reality that exists in our state prison today. With an average financial cost per year per person of about $81,000 to incarcerate in state prison, and of course the unmeasurable human cost to families and communities that are torn apart by incarceration, the millions of young people who grow up without a father or mother because they've been lost to incarceration. It's essential that people are provided the kind of treatment and programming they need while they're incarcerated so that they can safely return home. This is a critical issue at the local level as well. In San Francisco, about 75% of the people arrested and brought to our jail are drug addicted, mentally ill, or both. We have to start treating and paying attention to root causes of crime, or else we'll never be able to build the kind of safe communities that we want to raise our children in. I want to turn now in the time that remains to recommendation 13. And for folks who haven't memorized the report, you'll be forgiven. It is long. It does take a while to get through, but it's worth it, I assure you. Recommendation 13 is to upgrade programs within the prison system to prepare those people sentenced to state prison who are reentering society to do so successfully, right? Reentry, in other words. This is a critical part of public safety and of changing and improving the really failed approach to criminal justice that I think we're all concerned about. So there's this significant policy debate in California and really around the country that revolves around local versus state control of certain key issues. And, you know, I think when it comes to reentry, this is something that is done at the state level from state prison. It's done at the local level from county jails. And when people are released from state prison, they get paroled or released to their local communities, where we at the local level, law enforcement and others, have to make sure that there are smooth reentries. The district attorneys make internal policies that have enormous impact on greater communities. And so I want to give a couple examples about things we do and, you know, in the ways that we think about reentry. You know, one thing is, I want to just give an example from Washington State here, but we know that if we want people to be able to get back to work, then we need them to have identification, right? If we want people to be able to get housing, we need them to have identification. And in San Francisco County Jail, like in the state prison, when people are released, all too often they're released with no identification whatsoever. In Washington State, they passed a law a few years ago that requires the Department of Corrections to ensure that before any incarcerated individual is released and processed back to the street, they're given a state ID. The kinds of things that allow them to get on a bus, to pay for a hotel, to apply for a job, any of the things that we need people to do to be successful. There are so many little things that we could do to ensure that people aren't being released from jails at 10 p.m. or midnight after public transit is closed, after homeless shelters are closed. And instead, ensure that there is an opportunity, as they did in Santa Clara County, for everybody who's cycling in and out of the jail and the emergency rooms in high frequency to find supportive housing. That's how we build safety. That's how we ensure that we're treating people with humanity. And that's how we effectively and judiciously marshal tax dollars in ways that are effective and efficient. Now, I know I've probably gone a little bit over the time allotted. I want to make sure to save time for questions. So let me stop there and eagerly hear what my colleagues on the panel have to say.
Well, thank you very much, and really appreciate your being with us today. And I know you've been really busy and you're squeezing this in, and we do appreciate that. I'm going to turn to Jeff now. Your perspective is you've been a city councilor, a mayor, a county commissioner. You ran for governor, although I think most of California did, as I understand it. But that you certainly have a different perspective than some of the legislators we've seen. So tell us a little bit about local implementation of some of these ideas.
All right, is it working? Yeah, first of all, a couple of days ago we lost a very, very unique and a very profound American called Colin Powell, who passed away at the age of 84. Coincidentally, there was another very, very important person in the city of Riverside, my county, named Art Littleworth. And Art Littleworth was president of the Riverside University School District in the 60s, and he pushed that school district to be the first large school district in the United States to go to desegregation without a court order. And isn't that a great thing? I mean, that is right there doing so much to get rid of poverty. Unfortunately, I feel like we're back to the same place again. And instead of being overtly racist, we see in our education, we see areas where public schools do have a monopoly here in this state. I mean, it's very, very difficult. Like was said earlier on, people of means can either live in those school districts that have some of the finest teachers and all the accessibility to everything, or they can live in a crummy school district where they get all the push-off teachers that, you know, really shouldn't even be teachers maybe. And then a lot of them can't afford a private school for that option. And so that's why I think until we get down to where there's more of an ability to start new charter schools to actually possibly have either a voucher or a school savings account system for parents, the ones that are going to be helped the most are the ones that need it the most. I had a friend who just sold his house in the city of San Jose. He's in that little area that's close to Cupertino. He's about a mile and a quarter away from Apple headquarters. And his house that he bought for $183,000 in 1985, he just sold for $2.95 million. And there were people just waiting to get it because partly it's in one of the best school districts in the United States. That's how important those things are. Now that's an elite amount of people that are top, you know, tech people in Silicon Valley. But the points I'm trying to make is all these things in this, and this is a great report. I mean, I don't think there's anything I really disagreed with. That's the scary part.
That is scary.
No, look at Cato. If they're not libertarian, I don't know what is. But the nice part about this is a lot of these issues, and going back to where I'm coming from as a former mayor, a current large county, we call them supervisors here in California. They're commissioners pretty much everywhere else. But the job of a supervisor, we have 58 counties, and as large as the state apparatus is, it's not big enough. Actually, the 58 counties go ahead and carry out. They're those functional arms of what the state legislatures and the state government wants to do. We have a $7 billion annual budget in Riverside County, which is the 10th largest county in the United States, the 4th largest in California. And of discretionary income, it's only about $1 billion. In other words, $6 billion of that is basically passed through for all these different programs that the state has us implement. And what I've seen, we've done a couple of things that I think right there in Riverside County. For instance, last year we were the first ones, actually 2 years ago, I forget there was COVID. 2 years ago, we started with the first county to come up with a program for in-home prepared meals that could be sold and delivered out and around everybody. Now there's a lot of families that want to make some extra income. There's a lot of immigrant families and such that prepare these great meals. They can apply for a permit with environmental health and go out there, and it's a pretty simple thing, very inexpensive. And those are things that are going back to get people more involved and let people rise up from some of those lower levels of the economics ladder. Riverside County has had a really tough time in the sense that right now we are, of the 23 metro areas in the country, the Inland Empire, which is San Bernardino and Riverside County, has the highest inflation over last year. We're at 6.8%. And wage increases have been about 4%, so everybody is going to go back to 2.8% right there just because of inflation. We are the world's center of logistics. We know what's going on right now with all those ships sitting outside of Long Beach and San Pedro. But most of those come in, and there's warehouses and fulfillment centers all over the Inland Empire. These are businesses that came about, and in the Great Recession, we would have been really, really hurt the worst if we didn't get warehouses coming in there and supplying thousands and thousands of jobs, many of which are not bad paying. But that's where I'll go back to where talking with Chesa here and stuff too. When we're talking about somebody, we've had mass incarceration, and as a libertarian, I agree with all of these, criminal justice reforms. We're putting people in prison for victimless crimes, and those people, once they're in there, they've been institutionalized, and they have such a tough time coming back in and fitting into society, because boom, they're let go, and where do they go now? Of course, they're going to recidivate, cause another crime just so they can get their 3 meals and whatever, but getting them back into society is so hard. And what I found, I've had my own small business for years, up until just a few years ago, and I used to hire, I dug swimming pools. It was not a job that a lot of people wanted to go do, but I've hired several people that were parolees or had been in prison or whatever. And some of those were the best workers I could have. A lot of times it's getting companies to take that chance with somebody and give them a chance, because that's one less person that we're going to be spending $81,000 a year on, and then giving them a chance to contribute to their family and everything else. So there in Riverside County, we've not only got the highest inflation, but we also grew the most in this last year of any county in California. When people were leaving, they weren't leaving Riverside County because comparatively to the coastal counties along there like LA and Orange and San Diego, we're very, very affordable. We've been saying the median home price, I believe, is actually over $800,000 now for California as a whole. It's over $500,000 for Riverside County. But here's what we're seeing. This poverty rate is going to get higher and higher, because not only is that a huge amount to try to put down a down payment for and then pay on. Remember, interest rates right now are historically the lowest they've ever been. They're like 2 and 3%. Can you imagine when the Fed actually does what they have to do anyway to hold off this inflation, start raising it 5, 6, 8%? You think people can't afford a home now? It's going to be crazy. And we're going to either see home prices crash. If they crash, then that has a domino effect on all kinds of things. So we've got to take care of these things. We've got to take, this is a perfect outline on how California, and again, it's bipartisan, or tripartisan if you include us. It's actually got a map to get out of this, because these are all common sense solutions. I'm going to bring up water again, too. It wasn't directly brought up in here, but Senator Herado, her district is up there in King County. It's very, very agricultural. I talked to Joe DeBosque, who's a medium-sized Central Valley farmer. He's the largest organic melon grower for Whole Foods and Trader Joe's, such like that. He's only getting 5% of the water that he's going to be needing coming from the State Water Project. He's going to be laying off workers that he's had for 2 and 3 generations. These are all workers that have been there for, their father's there. They've got great benefits, everything else. Where do they go? Where do they go? It's got a domino effect of everything, not just for building new homes, because you need will serve letters for each new tract. But it's going to be absolutely crazy with the combination of not having enough water, and we can do 2 things to cure it. If indeed you think that climate change is going to do it quick enough, I don't think so. But I think we can make reservoirs. I think we can increase our capacity if we pursue a policy of abundance instead of scarcity. That is the single most elemental thing we need here in this state is water. So water helps out with housing, helps out with business, helps out with especially agriculture. And then going down that list, I'll hit a lot of them right now if you don't mind me talking, because I can talk for hours. Riverside County is the largest employer for CalPERS, the California Public Employee Retirement System, CalPERS. We are the largest employer after the state. The 3 larger counties have their own defined benefit program. We have a $3.6 billion unfunded liability. That is money that we owe right now that our employees or retirees have already rang up that we don't have. The reason why I'm saying this, and not only he talks about CalSTRS, but you realize for every 100 teachers, I believe there's about 110 non-teachers in every public school. We have nutritional department workers, cafeteria, all the different people, the janitors, all that. Most all of those have CalPERS retirements, not CalSTRS. And most other public employees have CalPERS. Its portfolio is almost $420 billion right now. The problem is the stock market in this last year has done better than it has in years. But we all know that this is a bubble. We all know that it's not going to get the kind of returns that it's got this year. So when it goes down, it forces all the state agencies, cities, school districts, water districts, counties, all those different agencies with all their CalPERS workers to go ahead and pay the difference between the assumed rate, which I believe is about right at about 7% right now. They will be moving it down near the end of this year to as low as maybe 6.5%, but certainly at 6.25%. And that puts a greater burden on each public agency. And so now you've only got so much revenue coming in, so instead of paying for those public safety like police and fire, for fixing potholes, for paying the salaries for everybody else, it's going to cut it back and shrink it. So as we see it now, we are getting future generations that are going to pay the highest taxes ever and get the least amount of service. So the pension tsunami's a huge thing. It's going to add to our poverty factor, with housing, with, again, education. Get that freedom of choice in education. Get those mothers and fathers in poorer areas that haven't had that chance to go get a great education themselves, because that is the single biggest indicator to get you out of poverty. But look, when it comes to NIMBYism, I just was up here a month ago in Sacramento. My wife just got elected. She's a city councilwoman now, so I came along just kind of as her arm candy, if you can imagine that. And I saw a lot of my old friends, and everybody was complaining. All the local electeds, all these city council members and mayors were screaming, it's the end of the world because of SB 9 and SB 10. Well, you know what? What do you expect? What do you expect when at the local level, here's what happens. A new development's going to come in. You're a city council, you're sitting up here, and all these neighbors are coming in and going, no, we can't stand any more cars. This is going to get rid of our beautiful fields. Again, SEEK was abused like nothing I've ever seen before. But they make it so hard, and then those people can't take the heat, and they realize they need new housing units, but they still say no. So SB 9 and SB 10, although not perfect, was actually the state saying, we've got to do something. We're so far behind. We're 3.5 million units short in the state, and we've got to be able to do it. That's not going to solve everything. It's a start. But until local electeds have the courage to stand up and say, look, you got your piece of paradise. Everybody complained when your development was built. Now, come on, you're going to have kids, and they need somewhere to build and everything, too. So getting that, I know local elections don't like to hear that, but they have to. And then also, there's another thing, the fire issue. We are going to be losing so much area for new building because it's on the interface between the wild, the wildlands and the suburban interface. That's where we see these horrible big fires going. We have to start doing some measures and coming up with some new technology to protect those homes. We don't want to cut them out from people living there because those are some of the best areas, some of the best quality of lives. So we got to look at a lot of these, there's a few more things I could put in this, but I'll tell you what, overall, I'm extremely impressed. And with that, I think I've talked long enough. We can take some.
Thank you. Yeah, we want to give everybody a chance to ask some questions. We'll have quick questions from here, of course. Once again, if you're at home and you want to ask questions, you can come in on your platform, whether it's the Cato events page, YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter using the hashtag Cato California. You can ask some questions and we'll get them relayed to you. I want to start off, actually, I have a couple of questions for Chesa. You were actually one of the first persons to tune me into the interaction between law enforcement and homelessness. Went on later, met with Kelly Cutler and some of the homeless activists as well. But in particular, you pointed out that law enforcement is not exactly a great solution to dealing with the problem of people experiencing homelessness. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely, and thanks for the question. I remember when you and I talked about that a couple of years ago. One of the real challenges is that a lot of the folks who I represent in San Francisco, homeowners, business owners, when they see visible homelessness or poverty or drug use, it makes them feel unsafe. But being poor, being unhoused is not a crime. And so folks look to the district attorney or the police chief to solve this issue. The truth is we don't always have the best tools. Often we don't have the best tools to solve these problems. Even putting aside what your policy preferences are, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in a case a few years ago that it is unconstitutional to prosecute someone for setting up a tent, even in an unpermitted, unauthorized area, unless we can first show, and this is key, that there were available homeless shelter beds the person refused to avail themselves of. We can't show that in San Francisco, can't show that in Los Angeles or most other big cities across the state of California. There are not enough homeless shelter beds. And when you compare, for example, my budget, District Attorney of San Francisco, with the budget of what was the Department of Homelessness and Housing here in San Francisco, their budget is 5 times my budget. So the resources are there, the mandate is there. We need to build beds, whether they're navigation centers or homeless shelters or supportive housing or affordable housing. I'm not a housing expert, but what I know is that our county jail cannot be a dumping ground for people who are simply too poor to pay for a roof over their head.
Well, one other question that comes up is that you've been one of the leaders in the movement towards restorative justice as an alternative to simply incarcerating people on that. And we do mention that in the report that we think there needs to be more effort placed in this whole idea of restorative justice. Can you just tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. I mean, at a high level, and there's a lot of confusion about this, so I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. At a high level, restorative justice is a victim-centered approach. And I think that's what gets lost from the conversation. In a traditional criminal prosecution, the victim is a piece of evidence. There are cases where prosecutors will force victims to testify against their will. There are cases, this isn't rare even, across the country where prosecutors will jail victims, have them arrested and jailed to make sure they're available to testify when needed to secure convictions. In other words, victims are being used to further a punitive outcome without anyone taking the time to ask what the victim wants or needs. Restorative justice says, wait a second, someone was harmed in this crime. Let's ask them what their needs are, and let's center them in the process. Restorative justice is something that we've been doing in San Francisco for a while. I'm really proud to say in our juvenile division, we've got several years now of showing that crime victims are far more satisfied when they're given a restorative justice option than when they're not given that option. And critically, we see lower recidivism rates for those people who've been accused of causing harm or committing crimes who successfully complete restorative justice than those who successfully complete a normal prison or jail sentence. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive. you can do restorative justice in the context of incarceration as well. The point is to center the victim, to ask them what their needs are, and to ensure that first, we're trying to meet those needs and using the victim's desires as a grounding point, a focal point for how we hold the person who caused the harm accountable.
Terrific. Jeff, a question for you. One of the things that I've learned pretty clearly coming out here so often was that poverty is different in different parts of California. What poverty along the coast, or even what's in San Francisco versus LA, versus the Central Valley, versus the Inland Empire, all different types of poverty. They share certain characteristics, they share certain problems together, but there's differences there. What can you tell us about poverty as it affects your particular area, your county, your region?
Well, I believe it was Senator Kumlager that said that she has some of the wealthiest zip codes and then some of the poorest zip codes in her Senate district. Well, in Riverside County, we have an area called Thermal or Oasis right out there on the north shore of the Salton Sea, which certainly has those two extremes. It has a very, very poor Indian reservation, which has not really benefited from gambling yet or anything. And then it's got a history of a lot of farm workers, a lot of Latinos that are living in squalid trailer parks and such. And then right down the street, you'll see BMW has its private place where these European, probably billionaires, can come over and race their cars around in these $5 million houses. And we're getting ready to put in a thermal beach surfing club thing where it's a 20-acre lake with artificial waves and stuff. Look, a lot of people have come out there and said this is gentrification. Gentrification doesn't have to be a bad thing. In other words, what I'd like to see is a lot of these people that are living there have the chance to go through the system, get the jobs, work at those places and stuff, and eventually own one of those really expensive condos or whatever. See, to me, that's the way we get out of this. We talked about universal basic income. I think we've seen that doesn't work by the mere fact that we had that for a year and a half. You know, we paid people to stay away from working with extended unemployment benefits and even stimulus on top of that. And now we've got a generation who has been enculturated to think it's okay to stay home instead of go to work. And that's really hurting us because businesses can't come back to full capacity unless people want to go to work. And so we should have lots of people that want to do that, but we don't. And I think it's really important. You know, we have safety net programs. You know, and homelessness is we can say there's 3 different categories. We can say there's 1,000 different categories, but each homeless person suffers from something differently. And I have found that if we give them transitional housing. Now, we've done a few of the pallet houses, the tiny 8x10s. They're about $9,000 a unit, which is very, very affordable when you get down to it. It's a secure place, safe place for them to do. But unless you accompany it with usually like a nonprofit to service that area and take care of those needs and have that continuum of care close by, to where, you know, if they are ready to go to rehabilitation and maybe get off their substance abuse. A lot of these, you know, and I'm going to really get down on my colleague here, he's very familiar with it, I'm sure, the 91 realignment or reorg or whatever, where they took away, they set the formulas for counties for their behavioral health monies. And, you know, at that time, Riverside County was a very small county. Well, we haven't got our fair share, so I'm going to keep fighting on that. I know in the coastal counties, they're getting pretty good. But those affect things. You know, as a county, so many of these need those really good behavioral health. And when you talk about conservatorships and stuff, of course it gets to that point where there are people that are a danger to themselves and others, and they need that help. You know, I think we all have the best intentions, but getting the best bang for your buck and getting those things, if you can get 2 or 3 out of a group of 12 that are on their way and getting into programs and starting to, they're not going to fall back so easily, I think that's a great thing. But overall, we're spending a lot of money on homelessness, and I think a lot of these projects aren't working. So you got to have the full thing there to make it work. And then again, there's going to be people that just plain like the independence of it. And no matter what you do, they want to stay doing what they're doing. And at some points, you know, getting in the way, I believe that Chase referred to the Boise case, where in a public spot, you can take them off of private property if they say no trespassing and the owner says, get them off my property. But public property, you have to show that you have a bed. And it's tough in a very dense population like San Francisco with 750,000 people right there. But for us, we're doing it. We've got a couple cities that are stepping up. Nobody wants to have the shelters in their cities, but they all need to address this because every city has homeless and a little bit different levels. But in the Inland Empire, we've got in my district, the city of Moreno Valley with over 200,000 people has quite a problem. And then the city of Banning, which by the way has the county jail. And I'm trying to make it so that at least they can get bus tickets back to where their family is or where they came from, so they don't just let them out of jail and just right in that same downtown because the jail happens to be there. So those are the things in Inland Empire.
Well, that's great. Now let's open it up to folks out here, folks in the room, folks at home. Feel free to ask any questions that you might have. Have anybody who would like to ask something? Here, before I go to online. All right, I'm going to open up. Kelly, you got someone online?
Yes, this is from Kathy Reisenwitz. Jeff Hewitt, what's the permitting process like for new apartments in Riverside County? How long does it take to get a permit on average? Can neighbors delay or block development?
Did you say on apartments?
Yes, for apartments.
Yeah, okay, so the average, I'll tell you right now, per unit, I don't know the exact numbers on apartments, but per unit for a single family home, you're right around $80,000 to $85,000 in DIF fees, development impact fees. You know, those are school fees, all these other ones. So right now for apartments, a lot of those fees are very similar. I don't know if they're quite as much as they are for a home, but the process is very, very, it's long, and you know it can take up to years, depending upon the size of the apartment complex. And again, if it's in an area close to single-family homes that have large yards and they would love to be a gated community or something, but they're not, you're going to get a lot of pushback. You're going to get a lot of pushback. NIMBYism to me is endemic, just like COVID is now. So it's a tough one.
Anything else? Anyone? Let me ask you a question, Jason, that people have buttonholed me outside and asked about. And this is one I'm sure you've had to deal with, which is the shoplifting issue in San Francisco. There was an online video that I understand was a little bit misleading that's been out there on that. But the general idea that there's a sudden crime rate with shoplifting, and it is caused because California lowered or actually raised the threshold at which things became a felony from being a misdemeanor and got prosecuted. Can you speak a little bit to that? My understanding, I was just going to mention, I just heard the other day that 15 states actually have a higher threshold than California for what that misdemeanor felony division is, including Texas, among odd places. But could you address that?
Absolutely. I mean, the prior threshold hadn't been adjusted even for inflation for decades. So you're right. There's lots of parts of the country that have a higher threshold. There was a op-ed, maybe it was an editorial in the New York Times a few months ago advocating for a $10,000 threshold, which would be about more than 10 times higher than what we've got in California. But look, that's state law. It doesn't just affect San Francisco. And what there is a huge upsurge in is videos of theft and news coverage of theft. What there's not a huge upsurge in is theft. And that distinction is really important because if you look at police data, and I know that not all crimes are reported, but if they're not reported, police can't investigate and arrest. And if police don't arrest, I can't prosecute. If you look at police data, In 2020, my first year in office, overall theft crimes in San Francisco fell by 40%. 40. That's historic. Obviously, COVID pandemic drove some of that, no question about it. But to say that this is a surging problem is to blindly ignore the data. Now, this year, 2021, as we've reopened, we've seen theft start to trickle back up. It's now up about 9% year to date compared to last year. Mind you, that's still a 30% drop from 2019. So is it a problem that I take seriously? 100%. I'm going to tell you how we're approaching it. But let's remember, this is not a surging problem. We have a lot more media coverage. We have a lot more headlines. We have a lot more viral videos because of a proliferation of video cameras and body-worn cameras, because of interest in this topic. But in terms of what police are seeing, what my office is given the opportunity to prosecute, it's a dramatic and historic decline. Now, what are we doing about it? San Francisco has, for well over a decade, been a national leader, and not in a good way, in property crime. It's been true for many years under many different administrations, both mayor, police, and district attorney. What I'm focused on doing is dismantling and disrupting the organized crime networks that create a marketplace for stolen goods. But police only make arrests in about 2 to 3% of reported thefts in San Francisco. They're not able to get there fast enough. There's not enough evidence or enough tools. They're focused on violent crimes and gun crimes. So we don't get that many bites at the apple when it comes to prosecuting people who commit the street level thefts. But we know that so many of those people are selling the stolen goods from a broken car window or from a store that they run out of with expensive luxury products. They are selling those goods into an international flow of commerce. And my investigators and my assistant district attorneys are working on more than half a dozen special operations targeting those fencing networks. And in 2020, one of those operations that we worked on with dozens of different law enforcement agents from many different jurisdictions resulted in seizing over $8 million in stolen retail goods. That's the kind of operation that I'm excited to announce in the months ahead that we're working on actively right now. That's going to disrupt and dismantle the operations that create so much demand for stolen goods in the first place. In the meantime, when these crimes do get reported, and if police do make an arrest, we stand ready, willing, and able to hold people who commit crimes accountable.
Well, thank you. I want. Do we have any other? I thought I saw a hand out there. No. If not, I want to give you guys a chance to sort of sum up here. And Chris asked the last panel this question: if there's one thing that we could do from the report, or that you have your own ideas on, that would change things in California and help reduce poverty in California, what would that one thing be? You're king for a day. We give you Newsonian powers, and you can do what you need to do. What would it be? Jeff wants to go first.
So the low-hanging fruit here is CEQA. We're sitting in a city where a very powerful ex-Senate leader is the mayor here, and he wanted a new home for the Kings. So I believe that was actually in that law that allowed for, really important, well-connected projects don't have to go through the process. That didn't go through the process. I have sat there and watched environmental groups who are basically not really environmental groups, but they're unions, not even necessarily government unions, but private unions, who use this as a tool to get what they want. This is wrong. This is evil. In fact, former Attorney General Javier Becerra, I remember he was giving something to the CSAC Latino caucus. I was in there. And he was saying how people were skirting around CEQA to get some of these warehouses in or something. He's going to go get all of them. I said, well, why don't you go after the ones that are using it to get PLAs, project labor agreements. And then they don't care anything about those raptors that were going to be hit by the big windmills or whatever else. You can make up anything, but they know they can tie up that developer in litigation long enough, and they say, heck with it. We're just going to add that cost. When you keep adding costs and costs and costs, remember it's the consumer, it's the person that we're trying to lift out of poverty that eventually has to pay all those bills. And so I think if I were king for a day, I would totally renege secret to where, again, as a planning commissioner before I was on a city council, the first thing I saw was I just saw these huge reams made up of lots of killed trees, of all these things checked off on everything that should have been automatic. It's a process that's way too cumbersome. It's fraught with the ability for everyone. The good news is that everybody has a voice in this state. The bad news is that everybody has a voice in this state. And you know what I'm saying. And so that's the reason why we don't have more reservoirs for storage, is because there are such extreme environmental groups, and there's a lot of environmental groups that are very moderate, and we care about everything. I'm on 3 different species habitat conservation programs. The largest one in the United States, Western Riverside Regional Conservation Authority. Build out, it's going to be 155,000 acres. It's 150 different species of plants and animals. Do I believe that those are necessary? Maybe not necessarily, but you know what? It leaves us some open area, so we don't end up as one big tarmac like some other valleys that we've seen. But all these things together, there has to be moderation. And I guarantee you, Chase and I probably agree on a lot of these things that he works on 100%, and then some other things, we're going to have some really good arguments over a beer, hopefully. But at the end of the day, we have to respect each other. We have to come together and do the things that we agree on and accomplish those things and show that we're working together. We can do it. CEQA's got to be reformed. It's got to be tossed out. And just like qualified immunity needs to be tossed out and reworked, there's lots of things that we have to work on. But that's the single most important thing. And then number 2 is school choice.
Thank you. Chesa, sum it up.
Well, definitely agree that we have a lot of common ground and some robust room for disagreement over a beer, and I look forward to that beer. When I think about what the single most important thing is, again, I'm looking at this from the lens of public safety, and that's my focus always. We need universal access to mental health care and drug treatment for people. 75% of people booked into our county jail, as I said earlier, drug addicted, mentally ill, or both. People are being victimized in very serious ways because of our failure to intervene upstream. We know that people on our streets and across this state need mental health care. Decades ago, when Reagan shut down all the mental health care facilities, we never built anything to replace them. And we're paying the price today. I don't know that there's a magic bullet solution, but I know that there are a lot of people with tremendous expertise, compassion, and the tools to provide stability and support to those in mental health crises. And right now we're waiting until after they cause serious harm to another person before we intervene. Our county jail, not just in San Francisco, but across the state, LA, many other counties, our county jails are the #1 providers of mental health services. It's not cost effective, it's not humane, and it's guaranteeing that more people get hurt before we intervene. We've got to do better, and we've got to start upstream.
Well, thank you very much, and I do appreciate both of you for being with us today. Really, I think this demonstrates 2 things that I've wanted to see demonstrated today. One is the holistic nature of the problem of poverty, that it ranges from criminal justice to environmental laws to housing to education. All these issues are tied in together, and while we can slice off and deal with each one separately, until we deal with all these issues, we're not going to solve the problem of poverty. And the second is that we can have disagreements. We can have a civil discussion of these issues. They may be contentious, they might be controversial, as it were, but we can have important discussions of these things, and we can work together to solve these problems, which is hugely important. I'm going to ask folks now to step out. If you would, we're going to have a brief break here while they get us ready for lunch. And so we have a reception outside here if you'd like to come out, step out and take part of that. We'd really appreciate it. You can leave your stuff here at your seat. We'll be coming right back. But we really would appreciate that if you would. So thank you all very much, and we'll be chatting. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, thanks.
love you, now get out. Everything's rosy and everything's Jake, but just how much can a good man take? I told you I love you, now get out. There may be times when I need you, there's no doubt. Baby, now you're something I can do without. Leave your number and go on home, but don't wait with sandwiches by the phone. I told you I love you, now get out. Baby, please leave me be. You want a puppet and there's no strings on me. Get hip, you can leave on the 518. Now don't go away saying I've been mean. Like any man, I can change my ways, and a round trip ticket's good for 60 days. I told you I love you, now get out. Get hip, you can leave on the 518. Now don't go away saying I've been mean. Like any man, I can change my ways, and a round trip ticket's good for 60 days. Get out, stay out, please leave, get lost. I told you I love you, now get out.
China, all to myself, all alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers on that faraway shore. Out on the briny with a moon so big and shiny, melting your heart made of stone. Well, I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. It's just got to be that way. Well, all right, okay, you win. I'm in love with you. Well, all right, okay, you win. Baby, what can I do? Anything you say I'll do, as long as it's me and you. All that I am asking, all I want from you, just love me like I love you, and it won't be hard to do. Well, all right, okay, you win. I'm in love with you. Well, all right, okay, you win. Baby, what can I do? I'll do anything you say. It's just got to be that way.
Dancing in the dark till the tune ends. We're dancing in the dark, and it soon ends. We're waltzing in a wonder of why we're here. Time hurries by, we're here and gone, looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the dark. Looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together, dancing in the dark, dancing in the dark, dancing in the dark.
summer wind came blowing in from across the sea. It lingered there to touch your hair and walk with me. All summer long we sang a song, then we strolled that golden sand. Two sweethearts and the summer wind. Like painted kites, those days and nights went flying by. The world was new beneath the blue umbrella sky. Then softer than a piper man, one day it called to you. I lost you to the summer wind. Who sighs his lullabies through nights that never end? My fickle friend, the summer wind. That summer wind. My fickle friend, that summer wind.
shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy, shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie makes the sun come out when heavens are cloudy. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Mama, when you bake, Mama, I don't want cake. Mama, for my sake, go to the oven and make some ever-lovin' shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy, shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie makes the sun come out when heavens are cloudy. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Mama, when you start to bake, I don't want no cake. Mama, mama, for my sake, go to the oven and make some ever-lovin' shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy, shoe fly pie, an apple pan. Dottie, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Shoe it makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy, shoe. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff.
why I'm always hanging around you. Oh, and I do, I love you. Oh my, and I do, I say, honey, did I do? I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Oh, and I do, I love you. Oh my, and I do, I say, honey, need a do. I'm talking about deed I do.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
We need a hit, so here I go.
Ball one. Ball two. Strike one. Strike two. Kill that umpire. A case of Wheaties.
He started baseball's famous streak that's got us all aglow. He's just a man and not a freak, Joltin' Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio, we want you and I.
He tied the mark at 44, July the 1st, you know. Since then he's hit a good 12 more, Joltin' Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio, we want you and I.
From coast to coast, that's all you'll hear of Joe, the one-man show. He's glorified the horse-hide sphere, Joltin' Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio, we want you and I.
He'll live in baseball's Hall of Fame. He got there blow by blow. Our kids will tell their kids his name, Joltin' Joe DiMaggio.
We dream of Joey with the line from back. Joe DiMaggio.
We want you on our side. And now they speak in whispers low of how they stopped our Joe. One night in Cleveland, oh, 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 goodbye street DiMaggio.
forgetful. Well, we're switching in the kitchen, getting ready for the party tonight. Well, we're switching in the kitchen, getting ready for the party tonight. Yeah, we're switching in the kitchen, getting ready for the party tonight. There's the girl standing against the wall. She's getting ready to have herself a ball. Switching in the kitchen, getting ready for the party tonight. Now I'm going home, see my baby, yes I am. Yes, I'm going home, see my baby, yes I am. Well, I'm going home, see my baby, take her home some money and it don't mean maybe. I'm going home, see my baby, yes I am. Well, ain't it a shame to shimmy on Sunday, ain't it a shame? Well, ain't it a shame, shimmy on Sunday, ain't it a shame? Well, ain't it a shame, shimmy on Sunday when you got all day Monday, ain't it a shame? Shimmy on Sunday, ain't it a shame? In the kitchen, getting ready for the party tonight. Yeah, we switching in the kitchen, getting ready for the party tonight. See the girl with the red dress on, she can rock and roll all night long. We switching in the kitchen, getting ready for the party tonight. Well, I'm going home, see my baby, yes I am. Well, I'm going home, see my baby, yes I am. Well, I'm going home, see my baby, give her all lots of love and don't mean maybe. I'm going home, see my baby, yes I am. Well, ain't it a shame, shimmy on Sunday, ain't it a shame? Well, ain't it a shame, shimmy on Sunday, ain't it a shame? Well, Sunday when you got all day Monday, ain't it a shame? Shimmy on Sunday, ain't it a shame?
my top. You kissed me one day, then seeing that I was true about it, what did you go and do about it? You left me this way, bluer than blue. Whoa, whoa, blue, so blue. You thought it was funny, funny to watch me falling so hard.
You hear me laughing my sides off, honey.
You kill me, you're really a card, you think, but still it's you that got me this way. Say, now that I'm in a stew about it, what am I gonna do about it? I'm just gonna stay crazy for you.
Course I know you're a 10-carat jerk,
but still, I'm crazy for you.
It's a most unusual day. Feel like throwing my worries away. As an old native-born Californian would say, it's a most unusual day. There's a most unusual sky, not a sign of a cloud passing by. And if I want to sing, throw my heart in the ring, it's a most unusual day. There are people meeting people, there is sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people, and a feeling of spring in the air. It's the most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's the most unusual day. There are people meeting people, there is sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people, and the feeling of spring makes your heart want to sing. It's the most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's the most unusual, most unusual, most unusual day.
When I was a kid, about 3:30, my daddy said, son, come here to me. Says things may come and things may go, but this is one thing you ought to know.
Take what you do.
It's the way hot you do it.
Take what you do.
It's the way hot you do it.
Take what you do.
It's the way hot you do it.
That's what gets reason.
Mama, mama.
Take what you do.
It's the time that you do it.
Take what you do.
It's the time that you do it.
Take what you do.
It's the time that you do it.
That's what gets reason.
Oh.
You can try hard. Don't mean a thing.
Don't mean a thing.
Take it easy.
Greasy.
Then you dive the swing. Oh, it
A buzzer took a monkey for a ride in the air. The monkey thought that everything was on the square. The buzzer tried to throw the monkey off of his back, but the monkey grabbed his neck and said, "Now listen, Jack, straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Ain't no use in diving. What's the use of diving? Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top." The buzzer told the monkey, "You are choking me. Release your hold and I will set you free." The monkey looked the buzzer right dead in the eye and said, "Your story's so touching, it sounds just like a lie. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top." Bree, bree, doo, bree, bree, doo, da 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 da. The buzzer told the monkey, "You are choking me. Release your hold and I will set you free." The monkey looked the buzzer right dead in the eye and said, "Your story's so touching, it sounds just like a lie. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top. Straighten up and fly right. Straighten up and stay right. Straighten up and fly right. Cool down, Papa, don't you blow your top."
kisses aren't right? Do I give a bag of beans? Do I stay home every night and read my magazines? Am I frantic 'cause we've lost the spark? Is there panic when it starts turning dark? And when evening shadows creep, do I lose any sleep over you? Do I worry? You can bet your life I do. I stay home every night and read my magazines. Am I frantic 'cause we've lost the spark? Is there panic when it starts turning dark? And when evening shadows creep, do I lose any sleep over you? Do I worry? You can bet your life I do.
The murmur of a morning breeze up there, the rattle of a milkman on the stair. Sure, that's music, mighty fine music. The singing of a sparrow in the sky, the perking of the coffee right nearby. There's my...
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody, both here in Sacramento and our friends online. This morning you heard from a lot of politicians talking about poverty in California. But at Cato, one of the things we resolutely believe in is the power of civil society to solve so many of our problems. So we're going to transition this afternoon a little bit more and talk a little bit more from people who are outside of politics. Still be talking about policy in many cases, but we are going to hear from people who aren't necessarily in office. And first up on that is Peter Manzo, who is president and CEO of the United Ways of California. When it comes to nonprofits and folks helping their neighbors, United Ways is one of those groups that's really done a tremendous job in dealing with people who need help in California. And we can't think of a better perspective than someone who's been on the front lines and leading this fight to help reduce poverty and inequality in California. So Peter, I'm going to turn it over to you. Peter's going to handle his own questions. I would just remind you that you can submit your questions online through any of our segments, YouTube, Twitter, using the hashtag Cato California, Facebook, and on our official Cato webpage as well. So thank you all very much, and you'll bring your questions in. And Peter, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for inviting us here to speak. As Michael mentioned, I'm the president and CEO of the United Ways of California, which is the state network for California's 30 United Ways. I'm really excited to talk with you about the recommendations that are in the report, but I think it would be good to, if you don't mind, give you a little bit of information about the United Way network and what we do, so you know where we're coming from. You can kind of assess, what our biases might be. All right, so United Way advances the common good in communities across the world. Our focus is on education, income, and health, the building blocks for a good quality of life. I'm going through this because a lot of people know the United Way brand, but they may not necessarily know what we do. They think, well, you do something good, it's roughly good, but it's kind of hard to figure out what exactly that you do. And this is what we do. We focus on advancing opportunity for families to be healthy, to get an education, and to be financially stable. Mary Wollstonecraft famously wrote, "It is justice, not charity, that is lacking in the world." And we agree. I mean, our goal is to try and bring about change so that people can be agents of their own lives. So we believe that everyone deserves a chance to build a good life. Simply put, people must have access to health care to ensure good health in order to learn. People at all ages must have opportunities to learn in order to sustain themselves and their families. And people must have pathways for earning a decent living and building financial stability for their families. So that's why, again, we focus on those three building blocks: education, income, and health. What that means in practice is that we work with leaders in just about every sector in a community: business leaders, labor leaders, community residents, civic and public officials, and nonprofits and folks like other collaborative nonprofits, to help identify one of the most pressing problems in a community, and then help organize everyone to try and solve that problem. So in virtually every case, that means we work to expand opportunity for poor and low-income families and individuals, just about everywhere. And we're in about 1,000 communities across the United States. Another couple things to mention about United Way: every single one that you run across is an independent nonprofit. So we're a network. We all share the same brand, the same values, the same mission, but we're independent and we're responsive to our local community. Our board members are drawn from the local community, and the local community helps to decide what it wants to focus on. So let me just mention a few examples. Across the country, 350 United Ways provide free volunteer income tax assistance through the VITA program, which you may have heard of. Stands for Voluntary Income Tax Assistance. And it uses volunteers and increasingly free online filing to help low and moderate income people file their taxes, and very importantly, to connect to the Earned Income Tax Credit. This is going to be very important here. It's prominently mentioned in the report. Here in California, 19 United Ways support over 700 VITA sites, providing free in-person tax prep and online. And since 2009, we've helped to put literally billions of dollars back into the pockets of low-income working families. 211, which you may have heard of. Has anybody here heard of 211? Okay, there's a couple. So 211 is a very important free resource. It's information and referral, really assessment and referral for people who need help, looking for food, shelter, home health care for a parent, an after-school program for their kids. 211 uses that 3-digit dialing code to connect people to resources in a community, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are 243 211 providers across the country. About half of them are operated by United Way. Another quarter are funded by United Way. Here in California, there are a dozen United Ways that operate 211, serving 22 counties. And then we fund, our local United Ways fund, most of the 211 serving all the other counties in California. United Ways also across the state are involved in fighting homelessness and increasing affordable housing, access to affordable housing. So we see that work, for example, going on in Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura, Santa Barbara, the Bay Area, Stanislaus County, many places. And I'll try and sprinkle a few more examples in as I go. In education, many of our members focus on early grade reading and also early childhood. If you're not reading by third grade, if you're not reading at grade level by third grade, you're on a path to not graduate from high school. And so that's why we focus on early grade reading. And that work is being done, for example, in Santa Barbara at a very high level, and a few other places. We also fund and participate in efforts to advance racial equity. So there's some really good work that our United Ways are doing around that in Northern California, in Santa Cruz, in San Luis Obispo, in Fresno, and a few other places. So I mention all that just to give you a sense of what we do. What we want is for people to have the opportunity to build a good life. And that's one of the things that we really agree on around this report. There we go. All right, so I wanted to highlight this because, you know, if we agreed on nothing else, and if you heard me say nothing else, this is the point. This is the point behind the report, and we're so happy to see this. Michael and your team, thank you for putting this together. The report clearly says that California's anti-poverty policies should ensure that people have their basic needs met, but those policies should also enable every Californian to become a fully actualized being, capable of being all that they can be. So that's a prophetic statement, right? It's, you know, that is the goal. We're not, as I think, Michael, you may have mentioned this morning, we're not just trying to make people less miserable. We're trying to help them flourish. We want them to thrive. But we think that in order to do that, we need to get a little better grasp on the struggles that low-income and working families have. The report relies on a lot of great data from the California Poverty Measure, which is put out by the Public Policy Institute of California and Stanford University. It's great. But if you'll indulge me, I want to just share an alternative view about how to look at the struggles of low-income families. So we think that in order to help families live with dignity, to gain agency, and to be upwardly mobile, we need a measure that identifies what thriving or flourishing looks like, that points the way to a decent standard of living, right? And what that would cost, because we all know it's very expensive to live in California, for example. So we produce a study where we look at the household budgets for a particular family type. And every family is different. And we look at the inputs for that family budget, you know, housing, food, childcare, healthcare, transportation. Miscellaneous is everything else. It's where you pay for your mobile bill or mobile phone bill or cable. Taxes, everyone has to pay taxes. And we put together household budgets for different family types because every family is different. And this is something that we think that is missing, for example, from the federal poverty level. And then we look at what does it cost a family of a different configuration to afford a decent standard of living in a particular community. So without going too far into the numbers, what you can see here in this chart is that it's almost twice as expensive for the same family to live in Contra Costa as it is to live in Fresno. And some of the big barriers, big changes are around housing. It's almost triple, right, between Fresno and Contra Costa, and childcare goes up by, it's 150% more in Contra Costa than it is in Fresno. And those are just a few hours from each other, right? It's the same state, but we need to be able to look at families and see who's struggling. Another thing that we want to pay attention to is the life cycle. So if you have two adults with no kids, you know, they have one type of household budget, and you know they can probably get by with not very much. If you throw kids into the mix, though, all of a sudden, if you're having children like an infant or a toddler or school-age child, your costs go up significantly, or at least the cost that we would want you to be able to afford. Right? We want children not to grow up in poverty. I'll mention this a couple times. There are estimates that child poverty costs the U.S. about $1 trillion a year, right? So what are we doing to make sure that children don't grow up in poverty? So using that measure, right, rather than measuring how much money people don't have, when we measure how far or what people earn from what they need to have to meet a decent standard of living, the picture's quite different. We see 1 in 3 households in California fall below this real cost measure, right? So when we talk about poverty, it's not just people that meet the official federal poverty definition or even the California poverty measure, but low-income working households, right? They struggle. We all know this. right? When we do these presentations in our community, we usually start by asking people, how much does it cost for a typical family? Rent, food, all those things. And afterwards, they end up having numbers very similar to ours because we know this. We know it's an expensive proposition to live in California, and we want to try and help people. This is what it looks like in Fresno. That red bar is the gap between what the average family that earns below the real cost measure earns, around $38,000, and what they need to meet what we would want them to have as a decent standard of living. And we show that not to depress anybody, right? But just that's something to aim for, right? That's the problem we're trying to solve, is that red bar, right? We're not just trying to get people above the blue bar. We want them to thrive and flourish, and that's what we think it looks like. This map shows what it looks like in California. You're probably familiar with these maps. If you ever looked at a map of California and income, this pretty much follows that, right? So again, Contra Costa, San Ramon, Danville has the lowest percentage of households that live below the measure, 11%. In LA County, Southeast LA, East Vernon has 80 families. 8 out of 10 families in that neighborhood earn below the real cost measure. When we look at it this by race and ethnicity, people struggle at different rates, and it's very important to break it out. So African American or Black households struggle at 41%, Asian American households at 28%, Latino households at 52%. 1 out of every 2 Latino families in California struggles to meet the cost of a decent standard of living. Native American households struggle at 39%, and white households struggle at 21%. When you look at the numbers rather than the percentages, it's very important to look at that as well. The largest set of struggling households in California are Latino, 1.7 million. The next largest set, though, are white households at over 1 million, right? And sometimes we forget in the media reports and so on, we may tend to think that that poverty is largely a problem for people of color, and it's not. And this is even more true if you look at poverty across the country. Now this statistic I wanted to mention because we think it's very important. You often hear people say 1 out of 4 children in the country are growing up in poverty. In California, out of those households that have children, 0 to 5, young children, over half of them live below the real cost measure. So children are our future, and half of the children in the state, roughly, are growing up in financially constrained circumstances. That's almost 1 million households. And I don't have a slide for this, but our data also show that 7 in 10 households led by a single mother also earn below the real cost measure. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about housing in a minute. Nearly 4 in 10 households in California pay at least 30% of their income on housing. Now, the federal government says that's about as much as you should pay. If you're paying more than 30%, the old rule according to HUD was that's too much. We don't want you to pay more than a third of your income on housing. 40% of Californians are doing that. And when we talk to, if you look at American Community Survey data, people that live below the federal poverty level, right? So that's below, say, $22,000 for a family of 4. They report spending as much as 75% of their income on housing, right? So that kind of chokes off everything else. If you're trying to stay healthy, if you're trying to help supplement your child's education, where's the money for that going to come from? This is the map that shows the concentration of households that are paying more than 30%. All this information is on our website. It's www.unitedwaysca.org/realcost, REALCOST, and there's interactive dashboards there. So that's kind of what the picture that we keep in mind. We're not just worried about people that fall below the federal poverty level. We're worried about people who are above that, right? Who don't get a lot in public benefits, but are struggling to afford a decent standard of living. Now, getting into the report, here's where we're going to get into the report and the recommendations, which again, very happy to see the overall philosophy behind the report. This one jumped out at us, right? There are 24 recommendations. Number 20, we totally agree with. Cash is king. The report recommends at number 20, prioritize cash payments within the social welfare system over in-kind benefits or indirect payments to vendors. To the degree possible, restructure existing social welfare programs and reallocate existing resources into an expanded state EITC. We completely agree with that. I'm so happy to see that report. It reflects a lot of the work that we've been doing over the years, right? As Michael and others mentioned, when you give people cash, you're treating them like adults. And they are quite able, they know what their family needs, and they're quite capable of spending that money responsibly, by and large. We also, this may be a little bit of inside baseball, we work to advance, and I'll give you some more examples of it in a minute, to drive support to low-income working families, and we think the tax mechanism works for that. Why would you create something new when you already have a mechanism that works? So we're really, really pleased to see that as well. So now, let me not get into housing for a second. Just real quickly, full disclosure, I'm not a libertarian. I'm learning a little bit about libertarianism. And the recommendations in the report, I might sum them up as, and I don't think if this is fair, in a nutshell, it's removing government rules and practices that inhibit mobility, right? Getting government out of the way. And we agree with that. Our take on some of these other things might go be a little bit different. You know, we want to look for ways that nonprofits, business leaders, community leaders, and government can work together to affirmatively do things that help, right? Not just get out of the way, but help. Let me say a quick word about the role of nonprofits in philanthropy. You know, part of the reason I work at United Way is that as a community-based nonprofit, we have more flexibility to respond to variations in local communities and their needs. More flexibility than government does, which has to kind of have a rule that's even Steven, right? One size fits all. We can tailor responses to what a particular community needs. And that often means that at many things, we can be more efficient and effective at providing community services that lift up all people to become their full selves, and thereby improve the economy for all people. It's also why I appreciate the decentralized nature of United Way. We share the same mission and values, but we believe a local community and a local United Way knows much better what their community needs than we could ever decide from some central office, right? But to be honest with ourselves, we also know that philanthropy and nonprofit efforts are not enough to solve many problems at significant scale. There needs to be some role for us all to work together in partnership, and often through our government, to attack some large problems at scale. Let me give you let me check the time, two quick examples. In California, well, maybe I should stop. I'm going to move ahead. I'm not going to talk so much about us and get to that thing. So housing. We like the housing recommendations. Most of them are focused on land use. And the thing that we would say is those would work if they can be implemented, but whether they can be implemented is a huge question. Local control of planning decisions is a religion in the United States, practically. And it's very difficult. There was a mention this morning of SB 8 and SB 9, which were passed, and those are good things, right? They are helping to make it more likely that we construct more affordable housing. But it might take a while. Those took years to pass. And what are we doing in the meantime to help people now? And from our perspective, we'd like to see, back to cash is king, more support for renters. As a country, we spend $3 subsidizing homeownership for every $1 that we spend supporting renters. So we would like to see more funding go to renters. Also, the problem of homelessness. When we're talking about chronic homelessness, right, they need permanent supportive housing and some wraparound services. So market changes in housing may not help those people, right? So we need to think about how to provide permanent supportive housing for them. A bright spot I would point to, it's controversial sometimes, is Los Angeles. United Way of Greater LA is helping to drive a $5 billion initiative there to permanently house the chronically homeless. And I would mention one other initiative in Orange County. The United Way in Orange County is having great success working with landlords to move people in using Section 8 vouchers. They found that the vouchers were undersubscribed. Landlords didn't feel comfortable taking them, but through a partnership together, they can really increase the uptake and get more people into housing. On education, really quickly, tuition tax credits and private schools, that sounds good. We worry that private school spaces are not abundant and that implementing that might not get to the scale we need. There are hundreds of thousands of low-income students that are struggling now. We want to help them right away. So one bright spot that we would mention is there's a new community schools initiative that we helped to pass, and it's going to put $3 billion targeted at creating partnerships between communities and schools to support low-income students. And we think that's going to have impacts at a much greater scale than others, and we're really excited about it. And early this morning, I remember Michael mentioned one of the things we most want to see is more parental involvement in their children's education, right? And this is a way to do it, where the schools and communities work together and ask parents, what do you want for your kids? What are your aspirations? How can we work together to make sure that all your needs are met so that when your child walks through the door, they're ready to learn? That's it. Everything else, we ask teachers to do too much, right? They should only have to teach and not deal with everything else before kids walk in the door. Childcare, I want to discuss real quickly. Deregulating childcare makes a lot of sense, especially in terms of the competition angle. But again, at scale, we don't have nearly enough spaces for the number of children that we need, right? So as a society, we have to decide whether we really want to make childcare universally affordable. We think so. We would advocate for that. It's a cost that I think we can afford when you compare the cost of not having it. You always have to underwrite the cost of doing nothing. And right now, as I mentioned earlier, I think it's a report from the Peterson Foundation, says it's $1 trillion is the cost that we pay for child poverty. And childcare is a way to help do two things, right? It supports the healthy development of that child, makes them their lifetime earnings are higher, and their achievement is much better if they have high quality childcare. It also enables the parents to either go back to school and build their skills or to offer more hours to the workforce. It helps to stabilize what the parents are doing. So to sum up, there is so much in this report. It's over 77 pages. I'm still seeing things. I've read it twice. We really support the spirit in which it's produced, and most of the recommendations we agree with. And so I think starting with that first end in mind, that we want to actualize people, we want them to be their full selves. If we start there, I think we can make some good things happen. Thank you, and I'll be ready to take questions. Yes, sir.
I was amazed at your Asian numbers on poverty. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yes, well, what we need to do, and I gotta apologize, it's something that we intend to do soon, is actually segment, right, the API, Asian Pacific Islander population, because it's not a monolith. My wife is Japanese American, you have Chinese Americans, you have people from the Pacific Islands, they're all very different, right? A lot of our United Ways, for example, in the Central Valley, the Hmong population there is very prominent in farm working, and they're very low income. And they have, so when you start to slice it that way, it might explain the numbers a little. I hope that's responsive to your question. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Over the last, let's say, decade, what are the big shifts that you've seen in terms of need? Has there been new things that have grown and other issues that have not been as demanding as they were? Or has everything just grown?
I'm afraid that the answer is everything's just grown. But if I could, just a couple bright spots I'd like to mention, right? So again, cash is king, right? And so one bright spot is it was mentioned in the report, we now have a state earned income tax credit. And so our United Ways across the state helped to push for the creation of that credit. And then every year we've pushed still for the expansion of the credit, right? I think the report mentioned, I think Michael mentioned, there's much more room to grow. That credit is now putting $1 billion into the pockets of working families across the state. And it's capped at $30,000 annual income, which is one full-time minimum wage worker, right? The federal earned income tax credit doesn't cap out for a family of 4 into the mid-50s. So there's plenty of room if the state can afford it to increase that. That's a bright spot, and we think that that's working. Another one I'll mention really quickly if I have time is Cal Savers. So we want to encourage people to save, and we supported the Cal Savers program. It's a state-supported retirement program. It's a public-private partnership. All the investment management and so on is done by a private entity, right, that is under contract with the state. But the problem it's trying to solve is we had 7 million workers here in California that didn't have access to retirement savings in the workplace. And if any of you are saving through your payroll deduction, you know it's a really effective way to save. You kind of set it and forget it, right? And before you know it, the money starts to pile up. And if you start earn it early enough with compound interest, you can really save a fair bit. So the Cal Savers now is providing that benefit to 7 million workers that didn't have it before. And we think that there's a lot of potential to take that model and do other things with it. Just one more second. At our table, we were discussing the changing nature of work, right? And this is a problem that is going to affect not just the people living below the real cost measure, but many people who live above it. It's going to become increasingly hard. That is a point that we're seeing for people to get 40 hours of work. Many of the families that we work with, they're working 2 or 3 jobs, right? But their income fluctuates. They might be 20 hours one week, 30 hours the next, 15 the third. It goes up and down, right? And so somehow we have to figure out a way to smooth that. That's one thing that we could do. The other thing we need to think about is 40% of the labor force, roughly, people that are working in some sort of contingent work like that. Often they don't get any benefits. They're not getting prorated vacation. They're not getting prorated health care. The employers are getting the benefit, but they're not. We could think about using those portable accounts like Cal Savers to try and solve that kind of problem. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your comments and your suggestions, and we certainly will be working with you as we move forward on these and some of the ideas that you've had that we had not included. We will certainly be talking about those as well. We're going to take another brief break here. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock Pacific time. That's 5 o'clock California time. I got that backwards, don't I? 2 o'clock California time, 5 o'clock Eastern time. We'll be back here. Sorry, it's been a long day, but we appreciate it. Stick around. I think you're going to find our last panel very interesting. So we'll be back.
Come on, let's have a drink. You insist. It's 2:45. There's no one in the place except you and me. Set 'em up, Joe. You know, John, I got a little story that you ought to know. Wait till you hear about this. We're drinking, my friend, to the end of a brief episode. I'm telling you, that's what happened. Make it one for my baby and one more for the road. Here's to you. Cheers.
I got the routine.
Oh, no, you too?
So drop another nickel in the machine. Man, I'm feeling so bad. Wow. I wish you'd make the music dream inside. I could tell you a lie.
You too, right?
But you got to be true to your code.
Okay. Make it one for my
baby, and one more for the road. You'd never know it, but buddy, I'm a kind of poet. Yeah, that's right, I got a lot of things to say. And when I'm gloomy, you simply gotta listen to me until it's tucked away. Let's have another drink. Bartender, fill it up again, will you? That's how it goes. John, I know you're getting very anxious to close.
You don't know me well enough.
Tony, thanks for the cheer. I hope you don't mind me bending your ear. 'Cause this torch that I found must be drowned or it soon might explode. Make it one for my baby, one more for the road. Take it home now. That long road. Let's leave it there. Sleep tight. seeker of wisdom and truth. Yet there's that upturned chin and the grin of impetuous youth. I believe in you. I believe in you. I hear the sound of good solid judgment whenever you talk. Yet there's the bold, brave spring of the tiger that quickens your walk. I believe in you. I believe in you. And when my faith in my fellow man all but falls apart, I've but to feel your hand grasping mine, and I take heart to see the cool, clear eyes of a seeker of wisdom and truth. Yet there's that slam, bang, tang, reminiscent of gin and vermouth. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe
I see. Bluebirds singing a song, nothing but bluebirds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things looking so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things looking so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on.
get along without you very well. Of course I do. Except when soft rains fall and drip from leaves, then I recall the thrill of being sheltered in your arms. Of course I do. But I get along without you very well. I've forgotten you just like I should. Of course I have, except to hear your name or someone's laugh that is the same. But I've forgotten you just like I should. What a guy, what a fool am I to think my breaking heart could kid the moon. What's in store? Should I fall once more? No, it's best that I stick to my tune. I get along without you very well. Of course I do. Except perhaps in spring. But I should never think of spring, for that would surely break my heart in two. I do, except perhaps in spring, but I should never think of spring, for that would surely break my heart in two.
No. You can take them off up here. All right, welcome back. We have one more panel for the day, and it's part of our afternoon commitment to dealing with civil society. We're going to be talking to folks who are not politicians, which is always a good thing, I think. At any rate, I would like to go to our next panel. It's going to look at sort of other perspectives. We're going to talk about business. We're going to talk about civil society. We're going to talk about from academia. And we're going to start off here. I want to introduce Rob Lapsley, who is the president of the California Business Roundtable. So we're going to get a business perspective here. Before that, he was with the Chamber, and we're thrilled to have him here. He was a speaker. Some of you may remember he was a speaker at our conference on recovering from COVID in a post-COVID economy, and we're glad to have him for that. We're glad to have him back. Next up is Micah Weinberg, who is with California Forward, which is sort of a ubiquitous organization out there. Everywhere we went in California, they said, "Oh, have you talked to California Forward yet?" So the answer was yes. We had talked to him. Micah spoke earlier at a conference we did on housing and homelessness back a year ago, and we're glad to have him back here today to talk to us a little bit about. And then coming in via Zoom, we have Sarah Kimberlin, who is another person whose name kept popping up all around California. As we talked about, they said, "Oh, well, if you're talking about poverty, you got to talk to her." So we're really glad to have her today. She's with the California's Policy and Budget Center, which is with Stanford. And we're thrilled to have her, a well-known expert on poverty. And actually, I'm going to turn it over to you, Sarah, to start things off for this session here. So just go ahead and take it where you want to go.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. I'll start by saying this may sound like an odd thing to say, but I am feeling like it's great to be here talking about poverty and inequality in California and sharing the California Budget and Policy Center's perspective on these challenges. I say it's a great thing because there are literally millions of California parents and children and seniors and workers and community members who are struggling right now to make ends meet and keep a roof over their heads. And so we really need our policymakers and our thought leaders to be focusing on this problem and this challenge, and so that we can move forward in making progress to address it. So it's great to be here. Just to quickly introduce the California Budget and Policy Center, we actually are not affiliated with Stanford, although I have myself a personal affiliation with the Stanford Center on Poverty and Inequality. But I'm here today representing the California Budget and Policy Center, which is an independent, data-driven organization that focuses on evaluating public policies and their effects, specifically on Californians with low and middle incomes, and specifically focusing on analyses that can help inform the efforts to advance policies that improve the lives of Californians who've been blocked from sharing the state's prosperity. So especially Californians in low and middle income families, and then also particularly thinking about Asian, Black, Latinx, and Pacific Islander Californians and other Californians of color. So I think I should start by being clear that the Budget Center was not involved in the development of this report or its recommendations. So as I'll speak about in a minute, in many cases, we would actually recommend different policy approaches, although there are some points of alignment. But we appreciate the opportunity to participate in this panel of other views so that we can comment on and critique this report and just present our perspective on what California needs to do to reduce poverty and inequality. So it's great to be here with the other speakers here. In terms of my comments here, here's how I'm going to structure what I'll say. So I'll start with 3 overarching comments about the topic and the general policy approaches that were outlined in the Cato's report. And then I will talk about the Budget Center's perspective, focusing just on 3 areas highlighted in the report. So housing, safety net programs, and economic inclusion. And then I will.
Well, it's supposed to end at 3:15.
So in terms of my overarching comments.
This is the Zoom that's, the guest speaker. This is what's actually going on in the room. Jeremy's fat head.
Sorry, we've had some sort of technical glitch here.
Great, sorry, thank you. So as I said, I'll start with 3 overarching comments about the topic and the general policy approaches, and then I'll talk about our perspective on housing, safety net programs, and economic inclusion, and then I'll finish with some final thoughts. So going first to the overarching comments, first of all, to acknowledge, like, the Budget Center definitely agrees that poverty and inequality are among California's greatest and most urgent challenges. And I think it really presents an opportunity that there is such a nonpartisan or multi-partisan understanding that we collectively need to focus on addressing these issues. And I also really appreciate the focus on working to identify concrete steps that we can take to reduce poverty and inequality through public policy. There are definitely cases where we at the Budget Center would not agree with the specific recommendations in the report. We would recommend other policy approaches, but we can definitely agree on the fact that there is a lot that our state and local and national leaders have the authority and the capacity to do that would make a real difference. And with challenges that loom as large as poverty, I think people can sometimes be tempted to just throw up their hands and say, well, that's too big of a problem to really solve. We can't really address that. But in fact, there is a lot that we are already doing that is working, and there's more that we can do. So it's great to have a conversation that's really focused on problem solving and on moving forward. My second overarching comment is just that at a high level, not surprisingly, given the perspective of the Cato Institute, I think many of the recommendations in the report really focus on reducing or eliminating government regulations and requirements and government involvement. And there are sometimes cases where the Budget Center would agree that this approach makes sense. I would say, though, a key question we ask at the Budget Center is who benefits and who is harmed by regulations or requirements, and specifically, is there an inequitable burden on Californians with low incomes, and especially Californians of color? And so in cases where regulations or requirements are creating harmful barriers to people accessing the support they need to meet their basic needs, then removing those barriers often makes sense. So for example, the Budget Center agrees that fines and fees in the criminal justice system should be reduced and eliminated because of their inequitable impact on Californians with low incomes, and particularly Californians of color. At the same time, there is an important role for government in protecting workers from exploitation, in protecting tenants from unscrupulous landlords, and just more generally in protecting the safety and well-being and fair treatment of Californians with low incomes and Californians of color. So I think that would be a point where we would sometimes not be in agreement with the perspective here. But and then finally, from a big picture perspective, I think it's really important to note that if we really want to move the needle on reducing poverty and inequality in California, we're going to need to go far beyond, we really need to go beyond just reducing the scope of what the public sector provides. In fact, as the report really helpfully notes, there would be many more Californians living in poverty without the public supports and public systems that the government provides. And so if we really want to make a difference in reducing poverty and inequality, then overall we need more public investment. We need public investment in strategies that we know are effective in order to tackle these challenges. So those are my overarching comments. And then I want to move on now to just talking about some more specifics about which policies are effective in tackling different aspects of the state's challenges. So specifically sharing the Budget Center's perspective on in the areas of housing, safety net programs, and then economic inclusion. So in terms of housing and homelessness, I think it is definitely key to focus on housing affordability as a fundamental driver of economic security in California. Some important data to highlight here that the Budget Center has, through the Budget Center's work, is that the burden of California's housing affordability crisis really falls most heavily on Californians with low incomes, and Californians who are renters, and Californians of color, especially Californians who are Black, Latinx, Pacific Islander, and American Indian. And so these are the Californians who are the most likely to be paying an unaffordable and an unsustainable share of their incomes for housing. So while the recommendations in the Cato report mainly focus on removing regulations that slow or prevent the construction of new housing, so definitely agree that California needs to increase the supply of housing. I mean, this is really critical to addressing the root cause of our housing affordability crisis. But in doing that, it's very important also to stay focused on the question of who are the Californians who are most harmed by the housing crisis. And that is, again, Californians with low incomes and Californians who are renters. So when we're talking about expanding the housing supply, what we most urgently need to do is expand the supply of rental housing that is specifically affordable to families and individuals with low incomes. And it's just, I think, not realistic to think that the market will provide enough of that kind of housing just by increasing the overall supply of housing or just increasing housing in general. We really need to go beyond that to ensure that the housing is available for the people who need it the most. So I think something missing from these recommendations is recognition that there is an important public role to proactively and specifically incentivize and directly invest in and require local accountability for increasing the supply of housing that is affordable to Californians with the lowest incomes. And then I think it's also important to pay attention to issues of gentrification and displacement and just take into consideration how policy changes will affect existing communities, particularly when those communities include significant numbers of residents with low income and residents of color. So, it's definitely important to increase California's housing supply. But I think another key fact in the arena of housing that we really need to account for is that any strategy to increase housing supply takes time to produce new housing units at scale. And in the meantime, there are millions of Californians right now who are struggling to keep up with the rent and at risk of falling into homelessness. So to address the needs of those Californians, we need another set of policies. We need policies that are really focused on meeting the needs of tenants. So policies that do things like ensure that tenants can enforce their legal rights in order to maintain stable housing, and ensure that tenants' interests are supported in an equitable way in cases where they are in tension with the interests of landlords, because landlords generally come to the table with significantly more money and power in those kinds of relationships, right? With respect to homelessness, something I think we can definitely agree about is the real urgency to address this crisis. At the Budget Center, we really believe this is urgent because of the intense human cost of homelessness and its serious racial equity implications as well. So experiencing homelessness, there's just so much research that demonstrates that it just has devastating effects on individuals' physical health and mental health and ability to engage in work or school or community. And Black Californians in particular bear a tremendously inequitable burden of homelessness. And so it's really encouraging to see in this report the recommendation to reverse the efforts to criminalize homelessness. Definitely agree that this is an area that needs attention. But in terms of the overall recommendations, I think that is a critical piece that is missing, and that is the recognition that we have a full toolbox of strategies and interventions that we know are effective in helping people exit from homelessness and then maintain stable housing. So these are strategies like housing first approaches and rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing for people who have significant physical or mental health needs, connecting eligible individuals with disability benefits, deploying housing vouchers strategically. So what has really been missing is an adequate level of ongoing financial support to be able to implement these solutions to homelessness. So we have the tools to effectively end homelessness. What we really need to do is commit the public resources on an ongoing basis to be able to support implementing those tools at the scale that meets the need. So those are my thoughts about housing and homelessness in terms of the Budget Center's perspective. I'm going to turn next to the second of the three areas that I'll be speaking about. So that's the safety net programs. So again, what we're really talking about here is the functioning of the public safety net that helps make sure people can meet their basic needs. And that's really much broader than quote unquote welfare, as most people think about that term. And so I think a really key point to emphasize here, which is included in the report, but I think it really does need to be reemphasized, is that the public safety net right now does very important and effective work to keep people out of poverty and to help make sure that Californians are able to meet their most basic needs, even if they run into an unexpected crisis or face serious ongoing challenges that mean that they need some support to be able to make ends meet. So there would be literally millions more Californians in poverty without the support of the public safety net. And I'm talking here about supports like CalFresh food assistance, Social Security and SSI benefits, refundable tax credits like the Earned Income Tax Credit, housing subsidies. So this is really important. And with the high cost of living in many parts of California, we just know that there are so many people who are barely getting by from month to month. And that is true for people who are working. And it's especially true as well for people who are workers who have been hit by a job loss or seen their hours cut back, especially during this pandemic, or for seniors who are trying to get by on a fixed income, or for someone who has an ongoing health problem, or someone who faces a family emergency or a rent hike or some other crisis. So not surprisingly, the vast majority of Californians who find themselves in need of support from the public safety net are people in working families, Californians who are seniors and or who have disabilities, or people who are dealing with some kind of unexpected financial or personal crisis. And so when we're talking about how well the public safety net is working, I think it's important to be really clear that it's not that we have a dependency problem in California with our safety net. The problem that we have is a cost of living problem. And that is why it's critical that we maintain our existing public safety net programs and really work to improve them to make sure Californians in need are not falling through the cracks. So one point of alignment I would say is that we at the Budget Center agree with the idea that cash payments are one of the most efficient and effective ways to provide support to people who are in poverty. Unrestricted cash is really powerful by providing people with the flexibility to spend the dollars where they specifically need those dollars to meet their basic needs. And it also respects the dignity of people in poverty by trusting them to know how best to use the support to meet their needs. And we also would agree that one good way to distribute that kind of cash support is by boosting investment in the state's refundable tax credits, like the state's Earned Income Tax Credit, the Cali ITC, and I would add as well the state's Young Child Tax Credit. Refundable tax credits are just a very powerful tool at both the state and federal level to direct cash to Californians with low incomes so that they can meet their basic needs. And there are also some technical advantages of tax credits that make them a really good policy vehicle for that purpose. One key point, though, that I would emphasize is that if you actually want to reduce poverty and inequality, then any investments in boosting refundable tax credits or any other safety net investments really need to be new investments that add to the support that's available through the existing safety net. Just reshuffling funds from one program to another is not going to reduce poverty in a meaningful way. And on top of that, I think it's really important to understand that the existing safety net programs are largely structured as a partnership between the federal government and the state government, and in some cases, local governments, which means that in many cases, state policymakers do not have the discretion on their own to just swap funds from one program to another. So I would say overall that we at the Budget Center agree that it's a great idea to boost cash support to Californians who are struggling to make ends meet, and that doing it through refundable tax credits makes a lot of sense, and that investment should come on top of our investments in the existing safety net, which is already doing important work to keep people out of poverty. And then that is the path towards making a real difference in reducing poverty. And so finally, just to briefly touch on the area of economic inclusion, I'll say first that definitely agree that economic growth will do little to reduce poverty if all the benefits from that growth go only to those at the top of the economic scale. It's a direct quote from the report, and I definitely think that that's a strong statement. I would say generally, we at the Budget Center would highlight different solutions to that challenge for the most part. For example, we would agree that childcare is definitely essential to economic inclusion. I mean, California faces major challenges in terms of an inadequate supply of childcare, and especially childcare that is available to workers, that is available and affordable to workers with low incomes. And this problem especially affects women workers who are more likely to have primary responsibility for childcare otherwise. And it also especially affects workers of color who are disproportionately represented among the workers earning low wages that make it hard to afford childcare, especially high quality childcare. But if we want to reduce families' childcare costs and increase the supply of childcare, what we need to do is directly invest public resources. So through things like subsidies for families and grants for providers, investments to develop the childcare workforce, really all of these kinds of things together. And that is really the policy approach that would be most effective to address this challenge. And it's the kind of investment on top of us that would really more than pay for itself in terms of increased employment opportunities for workers with caregiving needs, increased employment opportunities for workers providing that childcare, And if we make sure that we do pay attention to the quality of childcare so that it supports children's developmental needs, then also improved health and well-being and school readiness for those children and increased ability for them to participate in the workforce when they become adults. So that's the kind of investment, the kind of public investment that really has benefits not only for the people directly affected, but also for society at large. So that really concludes my remarks. I haven't addressed every topic and every policy proposal that's included in the report, but I'll stop here in the interest of time and focus and just to conclude with some final thoughts. And that is to just come back to where I started, which is to say that we do have a real opportunity right now, I think, to focus on California's challenges with poverty and inequality and to really take concrete steps through public policy to tackle those challenges. Again, we at the Budget Center would highlight some different and additional policy approaches that we think address the problems more effectively, and in particular, better meet the needs of the Californians who are directly affected. But also stepping back to look at the big picture. The fact that we're all here talking about this important challenge and having conversations about what our leaders can and should do to make a difference is definitely part of the work that we collectively need to do to move forward towards a future where all Californians are able to meet their basic needs. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sarah, very much, and appreciate it, and absolutely agree that the fact that we're having this conversation is the first step in solving the problem. So I really appreciate that and appreciate your being here as part of that. I'm going to turn it next over to Rob. Tell us a little bit, kind of give us sort of a business perspective on this, but it's much broader than that, than some of the work you've done in the past on this, so appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity with Cato, Michael, to be able to collaborate on some of these issues and to be able to look at the body of work that's been done, to be able to try and contribute to a broader understanding what we're doing to try and address some of these issues. Sarah's raised some very interesting points. I think I'm going to provide you with a little bit of contrast maybe to some of her points and what we found from the business community. And what started with the roundtable is that we had, at the direction of our board, actually done some very similar work on these very same issues to be able to inform our board and the broader business community back in 2017 and 2018. That's why I'm especially appreciative today of this discussion, because we have gotten the opportunity to compare some of these findings and the incredible similarities between our work even back then to the great work that you have done, with your work here has just been, amazing, and something I want to point out. So, number one, the absolute driver on these issues is the cost of living. There's no question. The pressure on Californians today to where we are because of the policy decisions that are getting made that directly impact our cost of living, especially housing, is directly translating into where we are with our poverty levels and where we are with our homelessness populations. Make no mistake about that. But it's not something that policymakers really want to talk about, because they're the ones casting the votes that are having the impacts of the costs on our lower income or more vulnerable Californians. If an average policymaker in the state legislature had their constituents know what some of the things they were voting on that was directly impacting their cost of living and what they're doing to their families, they'd be out. There's no question. Because when you look at where we are today, $5 a gallon gas, everything leads the country in our costs. At the same time, we can talk about, business leaders' salaries, but we have a $15 an hour minimum wage. We are leading the country in increasing wages from the bottom up. But when your costs exceed what you're doing on the income side, you will never catch up. And as a result, we have what we have today. You can't keep up with the math. But let's look at a couple pieces on this. So cost of living drives the issue. When you look at housing, housing first is a failure. For our homeless populations, we have got to be able to get shelters. We have got to implement programs like reinstituting a redevelopment program with the cities and the counties to be able to create a catalyst to bring on more housing. But I guarantee you, from the business community standpoint, if there is the opportunity, the market will create the housing. But when your policies do not allow the housing to be created in a timely fashion or at a more reasonable cost, then we are where we are today. So that was unequivocally one of the greatest findings and the similarities, with our studies. Until we, again, address the pieces around the regulations on housing and on the homeless with the Housing First policies, we're not going to truly make progress. We don't see the political will, but most importantly, we have solutions. There's plenty of solutions, but it's got to be driven from a different perspective. It's interesting, and there was a recent story out where there was a study in 2020 by HUD and the Homelessness Council at the federal level on housing first. And this national study said it fails. And you have never seen that study again. It disappeared, literally has been buried. I would ask each one of you to go out there and look for that, because we have it, but you can't find it anywhere else. Why is it failing? Because it doesn't provide for the preventative measures when you actually get somebody into housing to help address the homeless situation. And that's what we found with our studies as well in 17-18. You've got to have a comprehensive approach. We've got to have shelter, and then we've got to have preventive services. It's not just about housing. And housing, we can't even build at an affordable rate because the Housing First policies are creating, obviously, costs of $500,000, $600,000 a door when you start to look to build some of these projects. Not sustainable, not possible. We've got to rethink it from the bottom up. And we've got to acknowledge where something doesn't work, so let's figure out how to do it better and come in with the next policy that's truly going to make an impact in providing for those most vulnerable. And that's part of what we tried to bring out, the social safety net. So a system of systems. I know we have a supervisor with us today, important one from Riverside, who has to deal with this every day. So in our study, and what we found again in such great comparisons, we went out and talked to the vulnerable members of the community, those who were employed, those who were unemployed. And the single biggest thing they told us was, if we could just integrate the services under the current social safety net so they get one benefit, that when they get that benefit, it drops them off the list for another benefit, like childcare, which is number one, the biggest issue for services in order to try and bring somebody back who may not be employed into the labor market. They run into these roadblocks all over the place because they're not integrated in a way that they should be. So it's not a matter of just always putting more money into a system or putting cash on top of the existing system. It's about really managing what we have better. And it's tough work, as we know, because you're talking about federal, state, and local governments have to realign the current services. But what about starting with that rather than looking at processes like universal basic income, which have been tried so many times before and found they don't work? We, from a business community standpoint, categorically reject universal basic income. Why? Not that somebody doesn't deserve some additional assistance, it's because it layers on top of the current system and does not account for any reforms. You never hear the word reform in the system of systems. So let's start with the hard work from the policymaking side, and then see maybe we need to increase, the benefits. We can support that if it's done appropriately, but only if we know that they're aligned and they're being delivered in such a way that they're actually helping people. That's not the case today. So another big finding from our piece is the other piece about on the income side, Sarah mentioned the earned income tax credit. We totally support that. We have, from the roundtable, the business community, we have supported that from day one. We have asked and advocated for the governor to increase that with, as we have budget surpluses, the one-time spending. We've advocated for billions of dollars for that program. Why? Because we know it, for the most part, gets to where it needs to go. Because they can actually have a population that they've identified who are working but who are at lower income levels, and they get the assistance in a more efficient way. We support that. We continue to support that. But on the other services, when you compare that to universal basic income, we've got to realign our systems and reimagine them in a way that makes it much more efficient by integrating those services rather than just layering another piece of this on, because you don't have enough money to be able to address all of the cash assistance that would come with a universal basic income approach. So again, just lastly, the education side. Thank you for what you did with your study. The ability, we have got to look at, again, getting people into vocational education programs, building that pipeline, particularly now as we see this labor pool and the shortages that we have. It's exposing some of the weaknesses that have been developing in our economy. But because of some of these policies, particularly with education, I think you called them out, very, very well. And it, again, we are at a time where hopefully we will be able to, with the policymakers, look at this opportunity coming out of the pandemic to be able to truly address these things, the social safety net opportunities, but the education opportunities. If we don't start to change the education piece, especially with some of your recommendations, then the shortages are only going to get worse. And we are going to find ourselves, with an economy where we're not going to be able to provide the basic labor services, starting with truck drivers that you see today. That didn't pop up because of the pandemic. That started a long time ago when, again, we aren't building these systems to build this pipeline. So with that, just a couple observations. Look forward to having the opportunity for more discussion.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Yes, we certainly drew on some of your earlier work on this and very much appreciated on this. Micah, I'm going to turn over to you to kind of bring this. We've had some disagreements here, and maybe you can knit it all together.
Yeah. I play that role a lot. And there's been really substantive, really deep conversations about specific policies from the last two speakers. And so I might, kind of take it to a little bit more of a spiritual level. And by saying something that is going to be both unpopular in this room and pandering to it at the same time. And that is that political factionalism is a poisoning of the mind and is acid for civil society. The idea that there is only one way to approach the sets of problems that we have in society is a big problem and is now playing out in all sorts of terrible ways. There was just a piece in the San Francisco Chronicle today about how the Newsom recall results show a state that's even more polarized than it has ever been. Polarized by region, polarized by race, ethnicity, polarized by income level. This is a problem. So that might be unpopular in this room because I understand this is an ideological faction that we're dealing with here, libertarians, but no more than anybody else. But I'm actually here to praise you because I think that Cato being here in California, you're putting out this deeply substantive report is really important to get a broader set of solutions on the table for these critical problems. So I am so glad that you're doing this event. I'm so glad that you did this report. And it's just very thoughtful. Like, you've thought very carefully about the Venn diagram of what are the ideas from the libertarian universe that could have some traction in California, right? So there's a lot, we can get into some of the specifics of it, but I appreciated that this report was done. I appreciated that you're focused on California. I think it's useful for deepening and broadening the public dialogue on these things. So, I mean, in terms of some of the specifics of the report, again, I thought it was really great. I have to agree, with Rob on a couple of things. One, and this is just as an evidence-based organization, right, which we are, which others claim to be, poverty in California is a cost of living problem, right? Like, we have very high wages relative to other places. We have very high spending. We have very high taxes. And yet we have the highest cost of living adjusted rate of poverty. Now, I don't think that the taxes and the spending have caused that poverty. But as somebody that cares about reality, you have to step back and ask, if we have more and more and more spending, taxes, poverty, and there are areas where there is less spending, fewer taxes, and lower levels of poverty, and by the way, better racial equality. California, to our great shame, talks a tremendous amount about race equity. You cannot walk into any conference room anywhere in this entire state without hearing about race equity. And it is at the center of what my organization does. We care about it tremendously. I talk about it all the time because it could not be more important. However, we don't have the statistics to back up our certainty that we understand this better than other places, because we have higher levels, in many cases, of racial income inequality and racial wealth inequality than in many other states that we consider the benighted, terrible places of the world that bad people come from, right? Yet they have better results to show than we do. So that isn't to say, that I'm saying that one speaker is right and one speaker is wrong, but what I'm saying is we need to approach these problems with a significantly greater level of humility than we have. And we need to approach these problems with a significantly greater level of asking questions and being willing to get different answers to them. We have this weird, if you think about different policy approaches as like tools in a toolbox, right? We have team paintbrush and team hammer, right? And some people are like, it always has to be paintbrushes. Paintbrushes, paintbrushes, right? But the problem becomes when you've just elected team paintbrush and you have a bunch of nails in front of you, right? Or you've just elected team hammer and you have to paint the damn house, right? Policy questions need to really be substantially more thought of as challenges to solve, drawing from all the various different tools that we have at hand. And so I am so glad that Cato has put out this report, that you are reminding people that there are some other tools in that toolbox you could pick up and paint the house with, right? And so I just really appreciate what you've done here. And these are hard issues, and I just really appreciate the first speakers acknowledging that the fact that we're all talking about poverty and trying to engineer a better solution to it is an important opening that we need to take advantage of. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I have to say, I appreciate all the work that California Forward has done in terms of fostering genuine civil dialogue on issues and stuff. Obviously, we don't always agree and stuff like that, but we've certainly had some good conversations, and that's an important step.
Thank you.
So we appreciate the work you've done on this, and we look forward to working with you again. All right, we're going to open it up to some questions. Once again, if you have any questions out here in the audience for any of our three speakers, we'll bring Sarah back. And we have questions for any of our three speakers, both here, online. Your last chance to get in some questions if you have them. Once again, on any of our platforms, the Cato event page, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter using the hashtag Cato California. you can bring them in, and Kelly will relay them to us. With that, I'm going to open it up. Anybody have any questions? I have one over here.
Yeah, I'm a charter school advocate from the Central Valley. And I work with schools trying to promote workforce development here in Sacramento. And one of the things that you hadn't mentioned yet, maybe you have some insight into, is the student loan debt and how that is impacting so many other families and not being able to move forward. So can someone speak to that?
Open up to all three of you. Why don't you, on this one, student loan debt. Anybody?
I don't like it. But I mean, I think this is the critical thing. I mean, this is why people talk about equity. This is why we talk about equity, because like there are some people that start so far behind, right? That it's not like you can just say like, oh, just work a little harder, right? We talk about vulnerable communities. We don't talk about the fact that it is systems that have made people vulnerable, right? And we might have different views on what those systems are and what the reform should be, right? But whether it's student loan debt, whether it's access, as the first speaker said, to affordable quality childcare, right? There are people who have private safety nets, right? We talk about the public safety net, we don't talk about the private safety net. There are a lot of people who have private safety nets who are able to have their families pay for their education, who are able, like I live in the Bay Area. Let me tell you, if you do not have your parents providing you a down payment on your loan, you are a literal millionaire, right? Like there are, it is extraordinarily challenging, but there are people that have private safety nets and that don't end up with a tremendous amount of debt. And these are things we need to think about extraordinarily carefully, especially when it's as a result of something we desperately want people to do, which is get educated and get skilled to participate in the economy.
I didn't know if Sarah wanted to say something, otherwise I can add on to something here real quick.
Yeah, why don't Rob and then Sarah.
Okay. So when we went through our research at the roundtable and in trying to take a deep a dive as possible in understanding those dynamics of where the education fit in overall for people's lives across so many different communities, it was fascinating for us, and we were watching for it, but the debt issue was mentioned, but not as a driver. It was more about the access piece coming in on the front end than it was more about the back end, the accumulation of debt. So as the policies have changed, particularly for community college now on the front end, hopefully the transfer piece, but some of the cost pieces, ideally make it more, give more opportunity. But we did not see that come out on the back end as a big issue.
Sarah?
I think, thanks for that question. I think a really important connection to make with respect to that question is just one of the key drivers of people ending up with an amount of student loan debt that is beyond what they can afford is, again, California's cost of living. A lot of the costs that are really associated with accessing higher education in this state are the cost of living while you are attending educational training, while you're attending college. And that is one of the reasons that can be a real barrier to making sure there's equitable access to higher education and training and the kinds of school that will create more opportunities for individuals to advance into higher paying jobs and really achieve stronger economic outcomes. And so I think thinking about cost of living in how financial aid programs are structured and thinking about cost of housing in how educational costs are conceptualized. So as we think about policy solutions, I think all of that is really important to keep in mind.
And actually, just one other thing to add to Sarah's point, I think what we did find, and I should mention, is that a lot of the communities dropped out of education before the debt accumulated, is the bottom line. And so particularly because of the drivers, as Sarah mentioned, they couldn't stay in. So as a result, it didn't accumulate to that level where it got them on the back end. So they were just out, and then they had to go figure it out.
Let me ask a question based actually on something Micah said that sort of jogged me here. I write about it in my book, in mandatory book plug here for the inclusive economy. There's copies available outside. But it was why are people poor? What causes people to fall into poverty? I mean, there's two sort of the academic schools out there. One side sort of blames the individual, the culture of poverty, that people make poor decisions in their life. The idea that if you don't, they're based on the success sequence, that if you finish school, get a job, don't have children outside of marriage, you're not likely to be poor. Statistically, those things hold up, but there's, a lot of chicken and egg to that. And then the other side looks at the more structural issues in our society, our history of racism, gender-based discrimination, the economic disruption that goes on with globalism, which provides a lot of good stuff, but also, if you lose your job, you are badly affected, even if the society is much better off through trade and immigration and so on. So where do the three of you come down on what is it that's causing people to fall into poverty?
Well, I mean, like,
Anybody?
Why is it an either or? Like, it's a weird thing. Like, yes, we should have a robust public safety net that's well tailored to the needs that people have. We need to address structural racism. And people should work really hard and make good choices. Like, these are not actually in conflict. Like, one does not prevent the other from happening. That's what, but I do reject the general idea that people are poor by virtue of, only their poor choices, right? I mean, but again, these are two things that are being held up as opposites that are actually complementary with each other. And that we can have strong families, and we can have strong character, and we can have strong values, and we can have a strong social safety net. So, I mean, that's kind of a California forward answer, I realize, but I actually also really believe it.
Either Sarah, Rob, either of you want to weigh in? Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just say, I just really would want to emphasize the point that people who are living in poverty in California make good choices and, work hard. I mean, this is, again, what we've been talking about today is the high cost of living in California. We can all understand, every Californian, people who aren't even in California can understand how challenging it is to just keep a roof over your head and make ends meet from month to month if you're working at a low wage job or if you're on a fixed income. It's just the cost of living is really what drives the precarity there, right? But I think a more fundamental question too is, regardless of how someone fell into poverty, I think there's a collective responsibility to make sure that people are not falling through the cracks and unable to meet their most basic needs. I mean, meeting basic needs, it's critical for the individuals affected, and it has long-term effects on employers and on children when they grow up and become workers in the workforce. There's just society benefits when people are not facing crises that are causing them to not be able to meet their basic needs. And it's really important for individual Californians to know that a crisis of some kind is not going to cause them to literally fall into homelessness or hunger. In a state that has as many resources, and as strong an economy as California does, I think we shouldn't have to have people who are experiencing that level of deprivation in our state.
So I agree certainly with my colleagues. I think they said it well. Let me, if I could, just one additional point. So the causes are one thing. The solution then to us is what's really key. And the social safety net, critically important, and those programs. But from what we have worked on, from what we have found, is the single greatest tool, not a brush or a hammer, but just one of those multi-purpose tools in the toolbox.
Okay, cool.
Is home ownership. That issue can break the cycle, because if we can get someone in a home and they have a job and they build equity in that home, suddenly over generations we know and we see that they can provide for their kids' education in the future, they can provide for their retirement. They have something that truly defines a break from potentially previous generations. And that is why, and we're not talking about, you can't do that with apartments, ladies and gentlemen, let's be clear. It has to be a home. And that's why we believe that home ownership is absolutely the singularly most important issue moving forward to be able to help break that cycle, but it is the path to wealth creation in our country. And it plays out, you know, within, obviously, our most vulnerable populations. So that's something that we focus on quite a bit.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, home ownership is really important. The ability to grow a business is really important. You know, we think about the impact of California's extraordinarily complicated labor laws. If anybody has ever been any sort of small business, or for that matter, small nonprofit organization, you know, it takes a tremendous amount of resources to navigate what you're actually supposed to be doing, and we make it very difficult for people to grow wealth through owning homes or through growing businesses in this state. But, you know, I mean, these things about like home ownership and housing first and so on and so forth, the point is kind of moot, because you would need some houses, right? Would housing first work in California? Who knows? There are no houses to find out with, right? Would it be good to have much more home ownership for race equity? Yes, it would. But the point is moot, because there aren't any houses, right? The politics of scarcity are not the politics of equity. It's something that I think is extraordinarily important for people to understand. And you know, when we talk about structural discrimination, we talk about a certain demographics, we talk about white people, we talk about people having access to a period of time during which there was tremendous growth. And then we slammed shut the portcullis of wealth creation in California, right? Under various, you know, climate means or what have you. But guess what? There are, you know, twice as many people in the world as there were when I grew up. They're gonna have to be somewhere, right? We cannot like put our heads in the sand about the fact that there are gonna be people, they're gonna need houses or condos or apartments or whatever it is that they need. And I would like to see that be much more a part of the dialogue in California, because too much of the dialogue in California, by the way, I don't think this is mainly the folks across the street. They're doing okay on housing. Like the stuff they did this year was like, it was okay, right? Housing is fundamentally a local issue in California. And the localities, you know, are, whether they're, and this is not a partisan issue, by the way. There are Democratic NIMBYs, there are Republican NIMBYs, there are NIMBYs of every demographic group, right? But the result is a trickle of new homes, which means we can't address homelessness, we can't address home ownership, we can't do any of these things. And that is a fundamental issue, and so I'm glad you raised it in your report.
I mean, that's also the pathway to the middle class, right? So if we're going to provide that lift up, so it's no mistake that we lost 650,000 people from California in the last year and a half, 2 years, because a large part of it is because of this exact reason. There's no path. And so we're talking about lower income workers. They had to move, they've moved to other states, and the minute they get that house, they start moving up the ladder. And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I'm hearing California increasingly described as a sort of feudal society where you have wealthy enclaves at the top and then you have poor people at the bottom, and the middle class is simply being hollowed out,
right,
increasingly by policies.
Right.
Any more questions either from the audience here or online? I want to make sure that I'm not monopolizing the questions here. Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, I have one for Sarah. And Sarah, you're very well spoken, you're very passionate about your views and such. But with that said, most of your answers included more investment or more money to follow through on these policies. And I think we all have the same idea that more money going into a policy that's working is a good thing. However, we got to look at the other side of the ledger. And as we know, our budget is set up really, really lopsided based upon that top 1% on their state income taxes, as high as 10 or 12%. I believe as much as 60% of our $200 billion budget relies on that. Now, the governor had a $70 billion windfall. Turns out people like to spend money when they're stuck at home, you know, in a pandemic. But half of that 70 was going to go to schools, and then we have close to $1 trillion in total public employee unfunded liability on our pensions. I mean, it's really, really bad. So when we do see this fall in the stock market, and we will, whatever goes up will come down, that budget and that income source is so based on that somewhat quirky factor. What do we do, and how do we make it on less money and still keep those so important programs going? That was a long question, but sorry.
No, that's a great question. Thank you for raising that. And I think it's a great question that you raise in particular, because we're also, another topic that we are focused on here today, right, is inequality. And I think the way California's tax system is structured, I think personally is a smart way to structure state revenues in an era where inequality is rising increasingly. If you look at what's happened with people's incomes over the last several decades, the incomes for the Californians at the top end of the spectrum have increased substantially. That's especially true if you look at tax data, which incorporates things like capital gains, right? Incomes for people at the middle and lower end of the spectrum have really stayed flat after inflation, or even gone down in some cases. And so one of the ways that you can address inequality is just by being fair, having fairness in the tax system. And that means among the people who have benefited the most from the California economy and the profits that have increasingly gone to those at the top, that they should pay their fair share to help support the economy overall and Californians overall, because we know that even the workers who are working at low wages, who are providing childcare, who are maintaining the roads that people are using, who are doing all of the critical work that's important for supporting California's communities and California's economy, they have also contributed to this economy, but they have not seen as much of the benefit. So in terms of the volatility that you talk about, in terms of the fact that when the stock market is doing well, when people's incomes are doing well, California has more revenues coming in. If the stock market does not as well, then California's revenues will drop. I think an important thing to note is that there is a mechanism within our state budgeting process that is designed to account for that. And that is our safety net, our reserve systems, our rainy day fund and our other reserve funds. And there's specifically, I know something that the policymakers think about a lot, especially in the legislature when they're doing the budgeting, right? And in the governor's office when they're working on the budgeting, is making sure that those rainy day funds and reserve funds are funded. I mean, they're legally required to fund them. And in many cases, they've put extra funds in there in cases where there's been opportunities to do that, in order to make sure that when we get to a year where revenues are not as strong, we don't have to make cuts to the programs, that the resources will be there to help to maintain the services that are really needed, especially because we particularly need those kinds of public supports in a time when the economy is not doing as well, right? So I think actually California really stands out as a strong example among state budgets as a way where there is a strategy to both have a tax structure that is more fair, right, in terms of asking those who have benefited the most and can give the most to play their, do their fair part in supporting the economy overall that has gotten to them to where they are. And at the same time, having, a responsible, thoughtful mechanism in place to make sure that our state revenues and our state spending can be structured that way and still function in times when revenues go up and down.
We're almost down out of time on this. I just want to give you like 30 seconds each if you'd like to just kind of sum up your thoughts on this. If you were, kind of king and queen for a day, how would you, what would be the one thing you would do maybe to fix things?
Well, maybe I'll just quickly to piggyback on that, absolutely agree, our tax system needs to be fair. But better than redistribution is distribution, right? We're making the best of a bad situation, having some ridiculously rich people and a bunch of people that are barely getting by. I would not like to see that. I would like to see a bunch of people doing well, right? And that's something that we think an awful lot about redistribution in California. We don't necessarily think enough about home ownership. We don't necessarily think enough about business growth. We don't necessarily think enough about career pathways. We don't think about those economic strategies that are really going to create good jobs. We chase manufacturing jobs out of this state. We chase high-wage jobs out of this state. And ultimately, then we end up with a terrible situation where we have to go to 1% of the people for 50% of the money. But it's a bad situation that we created. and that we could make different choices and have a different situation.
So,
then we'll give Sarah the last word.
Close on 30 seconds, and I would qualify one point in all that, which is, it's not that we don't think about it, it's that we don't act on it. There's not the will, because we certainly think about it, and your points are very well taken. On the tax piece, I just want to throw in too, it equally needs to be reformed like the social safety net pieces. It's crying out for reform because of that volatility. Now, the rainy day fund was a very good tool to be able to lessen some of that volatility, because we, fortunately, under Governor Brown, putting some of that money in the bank, that helps smooth out some of the volatility. But the minute, as we know, the day of reckoning will come, as it always does, and then what? And then we got to start raising taxes on everybody else, and the whole cycle starts over again. So we need to have an honest, frank approach and take a look at reforming the system.
Sarah, 30 seconds to finish up. Last word.
I think I'll just say that I think it's really important that we keep in mind through all of these conversations the human face of who is affected by these problems. Keep in mind the families and the single adults and the workers and the seniors who are the ones who are right now struggling to make ends meet. So there's a lot that we can do. Again, I think we don't necessarily among all of us here agree on all of the solutions, but there are some where there's alignment, and it makes a lot of sense to certainly pursue those, and just again, keep in mind the fairness of the system overall, and doing what we can to make sure that the Californians with the lowest incomes, who have been in many ways left out of a lot of the prosperity that California has seen over the last several decades, just make sure that as a society we are taking care of our fellow Californians and making sure that people are not going without the ability to make ends meet at a time when, again, we have the resources to be able to take care of that.
Thank you and amen.
Thank you.
And address the cost of living.
Yeah. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Me too.
I've got a few things I want to say in closing. But before I do that, I want to take a moment for sort of the Academy Award speech here and thank a few people, because this conference and the project and the publication and all of that would not have been possible without a huge number of people. First of all, our incredible conference team, Linda, Sue, and Sam, and Kathy. You guys have done just an incredible amount of work on this and put together an incredible program with us, and all the logistics of that could not have been done without you, and I really appreciate that very much. Watching this online, I'm sure back at the office, our incredible publications team, which brought this booklet out in record time, all the editing, all the charts and graphs and the photography and all the stuff that went into that. Really appreciate all of their help on this. Again, our social media team, which has been working on this, our media team in general. We have a piece today in the Los Angeles Daily News. Hope to have some other pieces coming out shortly on these things, so we appreciate all of that as well. And finally, I've got to call attention to David and Kelly. There's Kelly over there, David's in the back, my research associates, who've really done work that you can't believe, the stuff I've dumped on them. I'd come in and say, oh, here's the 47 things you have to do before noon today. Make sure you get it done. And they always did. None of this would have taken place without them. I really want to thank them for their hard work on this. They're incredible people. They will both be leaving Cato in a few months. And so if you need someone who really wants to work for you, talk to them, because they're great. And Harrison and the development people and all of that, I thank all of you. Everybody at Cato who's worked on this, it's been incredible. I want to make a couple of points. The first is, this was billed as a discussion, not a celebration. And I think that's exactly what we had. Not everybody who came in agreed with us. We didn't necessarily agree with everybody who came in. But we had a civil discussion with real ideas and real substance on these issues. It wasn't a lot of ad hominem name calling and the usual stuff that passes as political and policy debate these days. We had a discussion that actually addressed issues and talked to people like they were adults And I think that that's a hugely important thing to do. It's something that Cato is really striving to do and trying to engender in our society with a number of programs, and I think it's a terrific thing, and I think this is a great example of it. And I want to thank all of our speakers for doing that and being part of that today. Every one of you helped contribute to this and maybe help contribute to making some positive change in California. And finally, what I want to tell people is, look, what Sarah said at the end was really, really important. We heard a lot of discussion of ideas and politics, and a lot of numbers thrown around, and a lot of details of this law and that law and this bill and that bill. And at the end of the day, what we're really talking about is people. And people who are our fellow Californians, our fellow Americans, just our fellow people who are suffering because they've fallen into poverty or they're struggling to get out of poverty. These are real people who really hurt, and we should never forget that. It's not just a matter of cold, hard numbers. It is often a case of whether or not we care. You folks care. You cared enough to come here today. You cared enough to tune in. Hopefully, some of the policymakers in California will care enough to make a difference and make changes. That's what it's all about. We really want to make this country, this state, our localities better. Thank you all for being part of that. Thank you for coming out today. I really appreciate it.
Politicians, whether in Washington or Sacramento or on the local level like here in San Francisco, need to learn to think differently about fighting poverty.